Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. You are live. You are live. Going live. Going live. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Oh, so fresh and effervescent. Yes, yes. Feeling so good. Looking so good. Welcome to the live chat. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. MAGA Monday. Say it with me real loud for me in the chat. MAGA Monday. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Double tap, hit the like button. You made it to the Perfect Timing Podcast. #1 podcast for geopolitical, domestic political debate on YouTube. #1 chat room. Millions of views. Millions of comments, millions of chat. We going up. 2026, we in the mix. Can I get a Trump 26 Vance 2028 in the chat? Double tap at the like button, real live, real quick, real early. We are here for another MAGA Monday, MAGA Monday live. And this your boy, Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash, real fast. 2026 won't last. So let's get this cash, baby boy. Yeah, man, we coming in hot like fire on another MAGA Monday, my favorite, my credo, created by me. Double tap at the like button. Hashtag MAGA Monday merch in the building. Hashtag MAGA Monday merch. Perfect. What a merch at? Perfect. I need my t-shirt. I need to see it in the chat, man. We got the t-shirts. Mrs. Perfect Timing is working on the t-shirts right now. February here. February is here. Brand new EBT soda bans go into effect February 15th, February 18th. Brand new states. I got the map. Just in case, I got the map. The map. You know we got the map. We got so many facts on top of facts on top of facts. What we got? We got ICE rallies. Is it a rally? Is it a protest? Hit the hashtag. Protest or rally. Put a 1 in the chat. Is it a protest or is it a rally? Is it a protest? Is it a rally? Put a 1 if it's a protest. Put a 2 if it's a rally. I said it's a rally. You got these ICE protests, but wait a minute. Did they walk out of schools? Did they walk out of schools? I said the perverse is the reality. I said the idiocracy is here. They used to say idiocracy is coming. They used to say idiocracy is on the way. No, idiocracy is here on MAGA Monday. Double tap and hit the like button. Your favorite podcaster is live. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. We going in live today. They walked out of school on Friday, you guys. It was nationwide. I got the email. I got kids in school. How many people got kids in school? I got kids in school, and I had to call the school, call the superintendent, go down to the school. I was one of the parents who was ready to pull my kid out of school. They said, wait, Mr. Perfect, we're not participating. Children cannot leave campus. The teachers could not participate. I said, okay. Oh, because if this was that, then I had to find another school district, right? Because I paid tax dollars, Melrose. Anybody know what Melrose tax is? You know, it's a lot of young people. They may not be familiar with Melrose tax, HOA fees. You understand what I'm saying? To go to this school that's walking distance from my house. I live on Park Place. There's water right there. There's a park right there. Over 1,000 trees in my neighborhood. My children can walk to school. I can watch them walk to school. Ain't nobody walking out of that school right there. You know what I'm saying? That school was predominantly, you know what we saying. So on Friday, a lot of inner city schools where kids need to be in class, right? Do y'all remember in 2025, the greatest president alive? Can I say in 2025, the greatest president alive? Trump news, giving Democrats the blues, giving Democrats the boo. Y'all remember Trump closed the Department of Education. Do y'all remember we had a talk about the closing of the Department of Education? Number one, I educated people that the Department of Education is a recent creation. 1980s, as a matter of fact, with standardized bubble testing. Then I educated my audience that we don't even do standardized bubble testing anymore. Barack Obama ushered in a new era. I even argue that without Barack Obama ushering in Common Core, anybody know about Common Core? Where your children use laptops. Where your children, it's a whole nother type of style of learning. There's a whole nother type of style of learning that occurs in America. A to G, different tracks, you understand? How many parents really know are involved in the PTA, involved in the schools? You know a lot about the ICE protest. But are you involved in your children's education in America's future? Because the children are the future. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Do you know why we closed the Department of Education? Maybe now you're getting a whiff. Maybe now you're getting a whiff and understanding why we closed the Department of Education. We have the lowest illiteracy rates ever in America. Black, brown, and white boys. Did you guys know? They only tell you about black boys not being able to read. But when on my channel, when we did the research, we found the numbers that are minuscule between the white boys, the black boys, and the brown boys. We have a problem with male American children being able to read and being taught properly by the 80% white female teachers. How many of you knew that most teachers in America are women and most of the women teachers are female, white females, single? Did you guys know that? I don't know if you knew that, but that's why we closed the Department of Education. This is a foundation in the understanding of why and how do we have a nationwide shutdown of schools? How and why in America? It doesn't seem democratic. It doesn't seem proactive. It doesn't seem conducive to a healthy education to the children. It seems counterproductive to everything that the Democrats are supposed to be about. The Democrats are supposed to be tolerant. The Democrats are supposed to be for the children, leading and raising the children. Well, wait a minute, Perfect. You might be touching on. Am I touching on something? Double tap at the like button. Am I touching on? Perfect. You may be touching on something. Why would they do that, Perfect? Why would they? Why, if they're supposed to be raising and leading the children, or was it a grooming? Were they grooming our children? What kind of pressure? Have you seen some of the videos? It's almost like as a child in American schools, you're not allowed to be Republican. Have you seen some of the videos? It's almost like as a child in American schools, you're not allowed to be Republican. Let me know in the chat. Do you think this was purposely done to groom? Are they grooming our children? What was the cause, right? Because they simply could have done a lecture. They could have done a lecture. You know, President's Day, isn't President's Day coming or going or past? I don't remember, but they could have done a lecture on President's Day. It's similar to Jasmine Crockett. I told you on this channel, I said MAGA knows the climate. MAGA Monday. Double tap at the like button. I said MAGA knows the climate. I said Jasmine Crockett leaving Texas and stopping a quorum, stopping the vote. Do you know it was deeper than Jasmine Crockett leaving as a protest? Do you guys understand the actual protest that Jasmine Crockett? See, Jasmine Crockett is so beautiful and so charismatic. You may not truly understand what the tactic was by the Democrats. You know, right now we watching videos. MAGA knew the climate. MAGA said socialist. MAGA said communist. MAGA said this. We said no one believed this. They said we were hyperbolic. There's no communist. There's no socialist. There's no Marxist. No one believed this. Do you understand the tactic that Jasmine Crockett used? When she got on the plane and left Texas over those 5 seats, democracy stopped. These are the Democrats. They're supposed to be pro-democracy, right? Anti-authoritarian. Trump is supposed to be a king. No kings. But think about their tactics and what the result and goals are of their tactics. We're going to get into a government shutdown today. My channel, MAGA knew the climate. I said we were going to shut down again. I said we were going to shut down again because America doesn't understand that we don't have a budget yet. But Jasmine Crockett got on the plane, left Texas, and then Texas couldn't vote. Do you know there were citizens who had suffered a catastrophic climate event? They were needing funding. Greg Abbott couldn't have a quorum, couldn't vote. Jasmine Crockett's goal was not just to be political and look pretty on camera. The goal and the tactic of her getting on that plane and going to Chicago and getting Gavin Newsom to do a special election for the 5 seats, the goal was to stop democracy in Texas. Do you guys understand what I'm arguing this morning? And that's what happened. America stopped. The Democrats right now, we're in a shutdown. They want to say partial shutdown. What I'm arguing is that MAGA knew the climate. I explained to my audience that they would use shutdowns as strategy. I said this. It was in Vogue. It's in Vogue. It's not only in Vogue magazine. It's literally in Vogue. It's not only in Vogue magazine, but it's literally in Vogue to shut down the government and stop democracy and stop voting, to protest, to have children leave school and stop education when America is suffering. I got news reports about Trump and precious minerals. Do you know when I talk about precious minerals, I'm linking it to Davos. The precious mineral conversation is linked to Davos. In Davos, we have BlackRock CEO with the richest man in the world talking about tokenization in one blockchain. Tokenization in one blockchain. I argue to my audience, we should be focused as Democrats and Republicans on Web 3.0, supercomputers, semiconductors, and the ability to get to this one blockchain and be players in the next version of this great earth and great America. Instead, we're arguing. We're arguing over race and politics. But Trump, thank God we got the greatest president in the world. Thank God we got because why the people are confused, why the sheeple are arguing. Trump is securing precious minerals. Trump understands the one blockchain. Trump understands the supercomputing, the quantum computing needed. Right now we have issues with cryptocurrency because it takes so much. Did you hear about the investment in data centers? Did you hear about the data center investment by the technocrats, the huge? Do you understand what the data center? It's for the blockchain, but too many Americans don't understand the where, the when, and the why behind the blockchain. They're too busy worried about immigration and ICE, and immigration and ICE is not affecting your children's life and your children's future. I understand. I truly understand Biden opened the border without any logistical plan to do with the immigrants. Do you understand why we're here? So many people are saying Trump has caused this problem. Number one, what we need to understand, we're talking about ICE riots or rallies. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Put a 1 in the chat if you think there's an ICE rally or is it a protest. My argument this morning are these are not protests, these are rallies. You can listen to them say it's about Trump. Now, before I said these are paid protests, we went into graphic arts and design. We went into the poster boards. We went into the food, the water, the logistics needed to plan these protests, right? And then we talk about children leaving schools, and we have video of children attacking another child for being Republican. The sad part is no one is talking about and no one understands how anti-American it is, that we're supposed to have differences of opinion, that we're not a monarchy, that there's not only democratic rule. And if there was only democratic rule, then the people saying no kings are the ones who really want a king. This is so perverse. Do you understand? It is extremely perverse and sick. No kings, right? No kings. But the Democrats will burn you and beat you and block you and troll you if you don't believe in democratic ideologies. That is a monarchy. It's almost a theocracy. It's almost a theocracy. And this is the sick part about it happening in the school, where you're supposed to educate the American students on the beauty and the greatness of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and the two-party system, and why we left England, and why the Tea Party actually occurred, what the Bill of Rights are all about, why we have a two-party system, why we have conservative and liberal, why we argue, why it's called the House. Why is it called the House? Why are Democrats attacking and hurting violently Republicans? I said this is a rally. These are not protests. And if you understand that these were rallies from the beginning, then we have to look at Renee Good and Alex Pretty very differently, right? We must. We cannot continue to be foolish. If we understand that these are rallies and not protests, then we have to look at what was done. What was done must be to rally, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Love you. This must be a rally. This must be a protest. Do we need evidence? I think we need evidence. This must be a protest. This must be a rally. with the organization, This must be a rally. And if it's a rally, what are they rallying for, right? I've said, right? I've said that the Democrats, what we said since the last quarter, right? We said a couple things. We said the government is going to shut down January 31st. We don't have a budget. We said that the Democrats are going to try to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies. Obamacare died December 31st. Can I get a hashtag Obama change and hope is over? The hope and change in the BS is over, right? The hope and change is all over, right? It died December 31st, and it was because Joe Biden made the subsidies temporary. If you want someone to be mad at Joe Biden making the subsidies temporary. And if you want to ask questions this morning, ask yourself as you do these rallies, we're going to call them rallies. Why did Joe Biden make the Affordable Care Act subsidies temporary when he had the power to make them permanent? And to my argument, part of the big, beautiful bill that's being rolled out today and over January, over November, did you guys know that 80 work hours a month requirement is going into effect in February per the big, beautiful bill? Trump made the tax cuts. This year, we're going to have some of the largest tax cuts in American history. Do you know these are the 2017 Trump tax cuts that Biden extended temporarily, just like the Obama? See, Biden wanted to be the Highlander king of the hill. Biden wasn't giving nobody else props. Nobody else could have a victory under Biden. So Obama's signature legislation, temporary. Trump tax cuts, temporary. Why am I laying this foundation? I'm laying this foundation so you understand what the big, beautiful bill did. The big, beautiful bill made the Trump tax cuts permanent. So when I ask you, why didn't Biden make the subsidies permanent? I need you to understand contextually what I'm arguing. That Trump actually successfully, as a second-term president, these are things, when people have arguments, you have to bookend the arguments. Trump is a second-term president. What people would say is a lame duck. As a lame duck, he was able to pass trillion-dollar legislation. The one big, beautiful bill, some may say the largest bill ever passed. But the point I'm making is that as a second-term president, he was this successful. And he made his tax cuts that he got in the first term permanent via this bill. So it's worthy to ask supporters of Biden, why did not Biden make the ACA subsidies permanent in the same way that Trump made the tax cuts permanent when he made them temporary? Because what you need to understand is that when he made them temporary, there was a passing of legislation. And instead of making them permanent, he made them temporary. That's why the ACA expired. What we're looking at right now is to further the argument about these being rallies. You can put in the chat, number one, if you think it's a protest. Let me see in the chat. Let me see other people that disagree. Put a 1 in the chat if you think these are ICE protests. Put a 2 in the chat if you think they're rallies. I'm going to offer up some evidence now. I'm going to offer up some evidence. You tell me what this is logistically. I've argued we already exposed the companies that are paying protesters. We sell, what was the gorgeous reporter from Fox News who was being attacked during the protest? And was it Laura Ingraham? And the protester shouted, she said, you should go get a job. And the protester said, I'm getting paid right now. Was it Laura Ingraham? Put it in the chat. And she said, you need to, instead of protesting, you should go get a job. And the protester said, I'm getting paid right now. And Laura looked at the camera and said, we got him. Got him. So look at this and tell me, is it a protest or a rally? 1 in the chat if it's a protest, 2 in the chat if it's a rally. ICE rallies versus a protest. What is the goal?
If you've ever wondered how protests happen on the spot, this is exactly how. Without organizers, without the music, without the bullhorns, without all of these people coming together. And right now what they're doing is they're loading their trucks to leave out of here after they finish with the protest. None of the protests that you see that happen immediately after something happens, which is all the time now, wouldn't be possible. What's behind me is a combination of Party for Socialism and Liberation. We have Democrat Socialists of America here as well, and a couple very loose communist organizations like Revolutionary Communists for America. None of the protests that you see are organic. They're well organized, and because they're well organized, that means they're well funded through various campaigns, whether it's foreign influence campaigns or it could be even Democrat campaigns. So this is how it all happens. If you've ever wondered how...
So when I say rally, my argument and what we've showed is that they are actually recruiting for communism. They have like communism flyers and socialist flyers. So they're not just about the victims. And can we say right now, God rest the souls of everyone who's lost their lives on both sides, everyone who's been injured. So putting that aside, we don't see them talking about the victims at these rallies. We see them recruiting people for political parties and mobilizing people politically. That's what my argument is. I'm not saying I'm right, but my opinion and my argument this morning is that when you see recruitment for things, that this is no longer about the victims, and God bless the victims. But I argue that I am looking at a rally. And if it is, we need to unpack what really happened to Alex and Renee. We really do need to be honest as an intelligent people. If this is a rally, and the purpose is to recruit people to the Socialist Party and Communist Party, we need to have a different talk, because I love America. You see the red, white, and blue behind me? I love America. I love the president. And this hasn't happened in any other city. We're going to go into why this is happening in Minneapolis. Why is this happening there? It's because sanctuary city policies, sanctuary city leaders like Tim Walz and Jacob Fry have said no to the federal government when they have asked for access to jails and to lists, right? And they have said, police, stand down and allow American citizens to act out. And this is the result of Democrat leaders telling everyone to stand down and refusing, because when we went to other cities like Memphis, who had a Republican leadership, they worked in conjunction with the federal government, opened up the jails, opened up the rosters, the data rosters that said the federal government is asking Minnesota, who are the immigrants receiving welfare? Who are the immigrants receiving Medicaid? And let us investigate these individuals. Red states have said yes. Red states are allowing the federal government to look at the role. This is Doge. I want to see all of the welfare recipients in Minnesota, because we have fraud. If you guys remember why we're in Minnesota, it was fraud. So the federal government, Tom Homan, is going to Minnesota saying, I need to see everyone on welfare. And I need to know everyone on welfare who is an immigrant, because I know you have a box and you have a list of all the immigrants on welfare. I need to see all the immigrants who are currently incarcerated. The federal government, the state and local government of Minnesota and the Twin Cities said no to Homeland Security. That's why we're seeing violence. That's why we're seeing all of this happening in Minnesota streets with the whistles, because on the day that Alex was unalived, ICE showed up and there was nobody in front of Glam Donuts. It was a very quiet morning. ICE showed up looking for someone. They had a warrant for his arrest. No one was there. ICE left. ICE returned later. But see, the problem was the individuals in the donut shop called Minnesota ICE Watch. And an alert went out via Signal group chat. And it said, get to Glam Donuts now. Alex, a week ago, was seen kicking the door and accosting federal agents. So Alex responded to a call for backup via Minnesota ICE Watch with a loaded gun and backup with a loaded gun and multiple magazines. I don't want to say clips because people get mad at me when I say clips. He responded because people want to know how and why Alex was there. People want to know how and why Renee Good is there. People want to know how and why these protests happen. I said these protests are not organic. Renee Good was part of this rally. Renee Good and Alex was part of this whole organized, unorganic. Anderson Cooper was wondering how and why did she get there before ICE agents? None of this has been organic. How did Alex get there? It wasn't organic. All of this has been logistically planned through secret back channels. There is funding. There is outside funding. There is outside logistics. And this is what we need to be concerned about. Let's look at the video one more time. Tell me in the chat, do you think these are rallies or protests. This is my first evidential proof this morning besides my intro. Double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic political debate on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe.
Protests happen on the spot. This is exactly how. Without organizers, without the music, without the bullhorns, without all of these people coming together. And right now what they're doing is they're loading their trucks to leave out of here after they finish with the protest. None of the protests that you see that happen immediately after something happens, which is all the time now, wouldn't be possible. What's behind me is a combination of Party for Socialism and Liberation. We have Democrat Socialists of America here.
Party for Socialism and Liberation, PSL. You guys may have heard of that before in the $20 million donation because Trump and Homeland Security is investigating the individual who is associated or allegedly associated with the Chinese government, PSL. And then this other association. Let's listen to that again. It's a little bit.
We have Democrat Socialists of America here.
And Democrat Socialists of America. You need to remember these names. Need to remember this name so you understand what's going on the ground. As I argue on this MAGA Monday, this is my argument that these are rallies and they are recruiting individuals for these political parties who are anti-democrat and anti-American. By the way, they are recruiting people for these political, and it's free to do that. It's America. You have freedom to do that, but that's what's happening
all the time now. Wouldn't be possible. What's behind me is a combination of Party for Socialism and Liberation. We have Democrat Socialists of America here as well, and a couple very loose communist organizations like Revolutionary Communists for America. None of the protests that you see are organic. They're well organized, and because they're well
None of the protests you see are organic. Yo, hey, how many people are members here, subscribers here? Because how many times have I used that he could have said that a lot of different ways. That is what I have said and what we have said together, friends. Friends, we have built a community here at the Perfect Timing Podcast. And one of the ways I have said this, it's funny how he used organic, because that's part of my nomenclature from being from the Northern California Bay Area. How I've described this is I've said these events are not organic. And here it is again. I want to say that's a compliment to the community that we have built here, friends. And I want to say thank you. W chat, I want to say thank you. That is a compliment to the community we have built here. Because I agree, sir. These events are not organic. Let's listen to that again.
Like Revolutionary Communists for America. None of the protests that you see are organic. They're well organized, and because they're well organized, that means they're well funded through various campaigns, whether it's foreign influence campaigns or it could be even Democrat campaigns. So this is how it all happens. If you've ever wondered how protests happen on the spot, this is how it all happens. None of what you're seeing is organic. And I agree with that. I think he picked the right, that was the right compliment. That was the right compliment to give your brother, because I agree with that. And that's what we've argued here from the beginning, that none of these things are organic, right? Video shows protesters efficiently packing up after anti-ICE rally in California. Independent journalist David Kayat, shout out to David, you guys, filmed the nighttime scene on January 30th and 31st, 2026, amid nationwide ICE-out protests against Trump-era immigration enforcement, including thousands of rallies in Los Angeles and Santa Ana with some police clashes. Conservative voices claim the quick cleanup proved paid organization by groups like Party for Socialism and Liberation and Democratic Socialists of America, often pointing to billionaire Neville Roy Singham's alleged funding ties. PSL and DSA insist their events are community-driven with no payments to participants, while the video shows coordination but no direct evidence of cash handouts. What do you guys think in the chat? Are these rallies or protests? Are these rallies or protests? We getting it done this morning, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast with the blast, in and out with a dash, real quick, real fast. I want to know from my party people in the building, are these rallies? Are these political rallies or are these protests? Huh?
let it be known, man. Let's get some real intelligent conversation. And I know a lot of individuals don't want to have this conversation because it changes the dynamics. It changes the dynamics with the violence. It changes the dynamics with the violence because what they have told you is this is amendment. This is one of your rights. This is one of your constitutional rights to a peaceful protest. Can I get a hashtag peaceful protest? So I've showed you evidence that these are recruitments and rallies. I don't have to be right. I'm just putting out an argument this morning, right? This is my argument. This is my opinion. This is my opinion. This is my opinion. If my argument this morning, and I'm giving you evidence that they are recruiting for these. I'm not even saying that these PSL, I didn't even say that they're paying individuals. Do you guys realize? I never said that these parties are paying people. My argument has been, since we started this morning, double tap at the like button. Thank you all for watching. Big favor right now. Everybody listening, please hit the like button. Thank you so much. I never said this morning that they're being paid. I never said I just asked, are they rallies or are they protests? And my argument is they're doing recruitment. They're actually walking around recruiting people for the PSL and the DSA. That is my argument this morning. And also, are these peaceful protests? So let's go to, and you tell me in the chat. Y'all leave the comments. If you're not familiar, leave a comment. Perfect Time Podcast. Now, first thing to look at is the AV. So last week I talked about the graphic arts, how quickly they had Alex Pretty and Renee Good on poster boards to protest. At that time, I showed that Alex Pretty had only been unalive 3 days. I said, how did they get these all of these poster boards printed in 24 hours? This is what made people think about conspiracy. How did they know that Alex Pretty would die and they would have these poster boards ready? Nobody thought about that. They had Renee Good and they had Alex Pretty on the poster board within 24 hours. Now, I'm familiar with graphic arts and design. I'm familiar with logistics and project manager. I'm a project manager by trade. I worked in healthcare project management for over 20 years. I made these media. I worked with graphic arts and designers to create mass media like this. It takes time. It takes money. I create thumbnails every day. You don't just create these type of designs with a photograph from Alex Pretty, a photograph of Renee Good, and text and color. It's not easy to make it look good and make it look professional and have a certain type of effect. That's a professional designer. And you telling me that he did this in 24 hours and then you mass produced it and got it nationwide. Does everybody listen to what I'm saying? Then you mass produced it and got it nationwide. Now, okay, that's the graphic arts and design portion, the logistics and project management portion. Now, look at the AV. Look at the AV here. Look at the AV. So as we talk about money and things like that, now look at the AV. Who and the stage? Look at the AV and the stage, right? Look at the AV and the stage. Who paid for the stage? And then logistically, you have to order these things because other people have the stage already ordered. Other people, you understand there's parties, there's comedians, there's actors. You just don't get a stage, right? You have to pay. And then do you know there's a crew in certain cities where you have a sound stage, where you have this type of AV? Legally, you have to get a permit, and legally, you have to get unionized people to set up the stage. Is this microphone? Hello? You don't just get this level in the middle of the street of a city public street, and you don't just get this level in the middle of a city public street. You understand? You got to order the AV equipment. You got to have someone professionally set it up. Now listen how good it sounds from someone who has a podcast. Listen to how good it sounds from someone who deals with AV, audio and video. See these huge speakers? It's like a concert. It's like a concert. It's like a concert, right? It's like a concert. Look at it. Huge speakers, stage, microphone, and he's sounding great. He might as well start doing hip hop. 8 degrees, snowing. I said, we need to check the toxicology of some of these people. I said, we need to check the toxicology of the people out there and see what's going on. I believe they're being funded, but it's even more. It's the organization. It looks like a concert. It looks like a concert. Who logistically understands behind a concert? When I say the permits required, it's not that they couldn't do it, right? It's not that they don't have the money. I'm just talking about from a logistical argument, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please be with me. From a logistical argument, to set up a concert so quickly in the middle of a public city is not easy and not cheap. To get the sound stage, the equipment, the unionized individuals, the security, that's all I'm saying. That's the argument this morning. I'm arguing that these are rallies, not protests. They are recruiting individuals. And then even deeper, they are asking our children, to leave school, giving our permission to our children to leave school and fostering the idea amongst our children that it is okay to attack individuals who don't agree with you politically in America without taking the opportunity to educate American students about what the principles of America actually are, right? It's actually sad when you see students attacking other students for being Republican. It happens to me on this channel all the time. It happens to me on this channel all the time. All the time. We got so many different things. What we ain't going to Don Lemon right now. I'm looking for these videos I had of these kids in the school walkout. It's going slow right now. No, that ain't it. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Here we go. Share this with. Mother withdraws daughter from school after student ICE protests walkout. On January 30th, 7th grader Remington Gates' mother confronted school staff and immediately withdrew her daughter without witnessing the disruptive walkout against ICE enforcement under the Trump administration. She described feeling unsafe as protesters surrounded her car, criticized the school for allowing activism to interrupt education and traffic, and signed the papers right there. The event captured on video fueled online divides, with some praising her as a defender of parental rights amid the school's low math and science proficiency rate. Didn't I start my argument off this morning about the Department of Education? Didn't I start my argument off this morning about the Department of Education closure and only being created in 1980 and only being around to suck money from the taxpayers, despite the fact of, let me read this last sentence again for all of the people who forgot, because I love to remind people of the successes of Donald Trump in the second term, because they don't really know what we've been doing. But all we've been doing 2025 is winning and make America great with every policy. Democrats haven't put forth. You know what you should have in 2026, an election year? You should have a signature policy that the Democrats have been trying to get passed all year long. You don't have that. You don't even have a signature policy now. They don't even argue Obamacare. My argument this morning, I started off with the Department of Education. And here it is, this last sentence. Parental rights amid low scores, low math and science proficiency rates. And that was our argument that MAGA put forth when we closed the Department of Education. Despite all of the money the Department of Education was costing, they could not, and to this day, isn't it funny, MAGA? Isn't it funny, MAGA, to this day? You don't, every victory that we have, you hear, you don't hear, it's this what you hear. You don't hear anything from liberals and Democrats about the Department of Education. They find something new to discuss. They cannot argue the validity, the productivity of the Department of Education. They just left it alone. Do you guys understand? You want to argue Democrat, right? I'm going to show you people attacking Republicans. They have not, why would you attack Republicans? Why are you fighting for Democrats? They are not fighting for you. I argue, since we shut down the Department of Education, you have not seen not one argument that we should have kept the Department of Education open. Have anybody heard that? I haven't heard it. No, they go on to something different. They go on to something different. Let's look at the video.
This is my daughter's middle school. Being allowed to protest ICE agents, disrupting traffic, having everyone home. I'm pulling my child from school today. This is fucking unbelievable. I'm here to pull my child from the school right now. I'm here to pull Remington Gates from the school district.
Complete disorder. Complete disorder. This is supposed to be during class time in America. And then we're not the only people watching this. You know, social media goes global, right? Social people goes global. Everyone in the world is watching this, right? Everyone in the world is watching how we feel about the future. Huh? This is supposed to be during class time, completely unruly. This is the products of our generations right here. They're out of school. And you know what's fucked up about this is that we're supposed to be focused on a $19 billion fraud in Minnesota. The whole gist of the $19 billion fraud in Minnesota is government paying for children who are not in school. Ding, 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 ding. Let me say it one more time. The whole gist of this $19 billion fraud is the government paying for children. You see the children right here who are not in school. You see these children not in school. The government paid for this day on Friday. This is one argument you're only going to hear from a conservative father. And I know that's why a lot of people hate. This is an argument you're only going to hear from a conservative father with understanding of these things of Mellor rules and HOA. On this day, my taxpayer dollars paid for school because not all students left. It was not sanctioned by the government. So how did it happen? I have no idea. But we lost a lot of money on Friday if you do the numbers nationwide with students we paid for who did not attend class. Now let's look at the video again. Perfect Time Podcast. We're watching a mom pull her child from a school on Friday, nationwide ICE out protests / rallies for our American children in public schools.
This is my daughter's middle school. Being allowed to protest ICE agents, disrupting traffic, having everyone home. I'm pulling my child from school today. This is fucking unbelievable.
Unbelievable, you guys.
I'm here to pull my child from the school right now. I'm here to pull Remington Gates from the school district.
Do you want to withdraw it?
Yep. This is unbelievable. I can't believe my kid is in this environment right now. I'm blown away. Can she be brought down to the office right now, please?
Again, if we have everybody out there, we'll get her.
I'm blown away. As a mother,
Yeah. Well, so I can explain to you what we're.
this is disrupting traffic and my child's education.
Can you sign her out, and then I just need to double check.
I need to see my kid.
Yeah, we have to.
Okay. When she's down here, I will sign.
Unless we see her ID.
Are you serious?
Because there's unfortunately some parental agreements where
Every time I bring it in, she doesn't check it because she knows me. That's interesting.
That's okay. I just want to make sure Erica. We'll get it for you. We're just erring on the side of caution on this side.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is it. What about the other side? What about my family?
Jason's last name. I understand.
What about my family?
This is amazing.
Put a one in the chat.
As I walked up, I was getting booed.
Put a one in the chat if you agree with this mom. Put a one in the chat if you agree with this mom removing her child from school due to what she is seeing. She hasn't even said a political affiliation. This is like a test. When I say some of these questions and polls I do, I'm really testing the actual literacy of the chat and people answering. Put a one in the chat if you agree with this mom. Now, she hasn't given her political affiliation. She's saying that she's like me. She's a mother, American, and a taxpayer. She's paid taxes. The school is getting paid for our daughter to be in class, but the children are out of class despite. Isn't this the leering sinners? Isn't this what happened with the big? How much fraud took place on Friday with these protests? Put a one in the chat if you agree with the mom.
Booed by every single student.
Thank you.
By the way, I'm making that known. Because I didn't honk, I pulled up to make sure everyone was okay.
Could you please send Remington Gates to the office?
You want to come back and talk?
Absolutely not.
Did we already get your student?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I mean, we called for him and everything else?
She's on her way.
Okay. Will you go make sure? Who's your student? Just
Remington Gates,
can you just
7th
make sure
grade.
she gets from stairs to here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Manuel.
And I want to be escorted to there because every single student booed me because I pulled up here, rolled down my window. Is everything okay? What's going on? To run into this, I didn't honk. I parked as soon as I walked up. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a huge problem, guys. I cannot believe that my child is in this environment right now. I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed as a parent.
Do you hear what she's saying? This is how I know that this is why I say some of these polls I say to the chat, you reveal your ignorance. This is an intelligent mother who is concerned not only but for her child, but for other children. I'm gonna replay that part because that is the damning part. And look at his face. Look at his face. Because this mother, when she pulled up, there's a dangerous environment. The children are in the streets. They are blocking traffic, and they physically prohibited this mother from getting to the office. And they looked at her funny. She felt unsafe. There was no security outside. She felt unsafe as she entered the office, and she told the representative that, hey, I was accosted on my way in here. And I felt unsafe. You need to get some security outside. And they're blocking traffic. And what she said was, without any political affiliation, I am embarrassed that my child is in this environment. This is supposed to be a learning environment. And she didn't say Democrat. She didn't say Republican. And look at his face. Just crack. Because there's no argument to the fact that her child should not be surrounded by political protests. They should be learning math and English. This is eerily similar to the Biden administration, where they wanted children to focus on sexuality instead of math, English, and science. It's always something else for our American children. Oh, focus on your sexuality. Talk to your teacher about your sexuality, and legally, you don't have to tell your mom or dad. And if your mom and dad doesn't agree with me and your teacher, what about the math and the damn science? Oh, you want us to teach them? We're going to teach them critical race theory. All white people are evil and bad. What? Oh, you want us to teach them? We're going to teach them political rallies and we're going to walk out. What about the math and the science? I read to you that school is a failing school. I read to you, this school is a failing school. Huh? Listen to what she said.
I cannot believe that my child is in this environment right now. I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed as a parent and as an adult. Wow, I thought my kid was safe here.
They're very safe here.
She said, I thought my kid was safe here. No all caps in the chat, you guys. No all caps in the chat. Show some respect. Double tap at the like button. If you want to be addressed, all you got to do is go ahead and put it in the super chat. I will address the comments. You feel what I'm saying? I love you all. Thank you all for watching. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. We're discussing the school walkout on Friday. I just played a video of a mother removing her daughter. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the mom. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with the mom. A mom removed her daughter. And what she argued was, she said that she can't believe her daughter is in this environment. And the example she gave was the fact that the children were blocking the roads. You guys understand? The children, and she was accosted physically. On the environment she was talking about was the fact that it was not a learning environment, right? And I agree with everything. She didn't say I'm a Trump fan, I'm a Biden fan. She's pissed that her child is not learning on the day that her taxpayer dollars paid for her child to be in school. And again, how much fraud took place on Friday? How much fraud took place on Friday? No all caps in the chat, brothers and sisters. No all caps in the chat. No all caps in the chat. I love and appreciate your enthusiasm. I do. I love and appreciate your enthusiasm. I do. This is another woman who is replying to what she saw on Friday with children protesting. Now, I said earlier, why would they want children to protest? Now, the foundation I laid was a video of a protest where they were recruiting for the Socialist and Marxist Party. Why? So we got protests. We got our children going to protest. Our children have told us, Mom and Dad, I want to go to protest. It's my American right. We believe our children are going to protest because of victims. Some people have lost their life. Americans have a huge heart, and so they want to support the victims. Instead, think about this now. Think about everything I've educated you about this morning. Hold on, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to bring myself full screen. Think about everything I've educated you about this morning. Think about everything I've educated you about this morning. Why would they do this? Why would they do this? Your children want to go protest. They go to a protest. I call it a rally. And they go to protest to support victims. I get it. I have a big heart too. But when they get there, these young people who are under 18 or maybe 19, they speak to someone who is older than them, wiser than them, and they are recruiting them. They are already emotional. They're young. They should be in class. They came to protest because they're angry and hurt. They get to the protest about victims, and then someone takes that anger and emotion and says, you should join this political party. Now, the young person is like, is this political party going to be helping the victims? Because I'm here to protest and help victims and help everybody. And there are people at these protest rallies, my argument rallies, saying to young, impressionable people, sign up for this political party that just so happens to be anti-America. I'm not even going to get into the minutia of the political party, right? But I just want you to listen to what is happening in America. We're going to go back to the videos. I just need people to truly understand, because so much rhetoric is spewed that people don't understand the math. I showed you video of what is happening at these protests / rallies, that they are recruiting people for the Socialist Party, Communist Party. Now, I am adding in to my equation that there are children from middle school and high school now attending the same rally that has people recruiting people into these political affiliations that are anti-American, anti-government. I ask you again, why did the children get involved? If now we understand they're doing more than just cheering about victims, they are actually recruiting individuals. Now, are you okay with your child being there and your child hearing and getting a pamphlet, a communist pamphlet, a socialist pamphlet that tells them the key to your emotions is socialism, the key to the liberation of your emotions, the way you feel now, your anger, you need to go to communism and socialism. That's what's happening at these protests. Do you guys understand my argument? I've laid down a hell of an argument. What I call this right now is a coffin nail. See, up until now, you've been listening and you didn't know how I was just going to slam down. Slam, slam, slam. That was a coffin nail. Wham, wham. That was a coffin nail in podcast terms. See, I set you up. I set you up. I gave you information. I showed you videos. Now I just laid it out. Now I got you scratching your head. Things that make you go, Things that make you go, Wow. He did just show us that they are recruiting for the Socialist Party at these, whatever they are. He did just show us that they are recruiting for the Communist Party at these, whatever they are. He did just show us children at these same of, what is ding, 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 ding. What is going on in America? What is going on in them? I just had to set you up so I can get you to think. I want you to think. I don't want you to get played. I want you to think. I don't want you to get played. I want you to think about what you're actually seeing and why you're seeing it before you go quickly into the hereafter. Just pay attention to this video. Children walked out of school. Why?
You have children in Oregon. This school is out and they're all holding signs. All for ICE. You have got to be kidding me. This has to be a joke, right? None of them are in school. None of them. We're going to drive by real slow. None of these people are in school. All about ICE. Are you fucking kidding me? You've got to be fucking kidding me. These are young children. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. What the fuck? They're fucking children. This is Kellogg Middle School in Portland, Oregon. The children are out protesting when they need to be in school. I would rip my kid out of school so fucking fast. It wouldn't even be a question. Are you fucking kidding me? It is pouring fucking rain. And you have children. Middle school fucking children in adult fucking business. Did I see what I just think I fucking saw? Like, I know I saw it. I know I recorded it. This can't be fucking happening, can it? I love y'all. Have a good day. Bye.
I love y'all too. I love y'all too. Y'all watching Perfect Timing Podcast one more time. Look at this.
You have children in Oregon. This school is out and they're all holding signs.
Where did they get the signs? And they're using profanity. And someone made an excellent comment in the chat about groupthink. Someone had an excellent comment about kids' hierarchy and groupthink. If everybody says it's cool to hate Trump and say F Trump and not to be Republican, we are on our way to a monarchy. We are on our way to a monarchy. And isn't it odd the same people screaming no kings are laying the foundation for royalty, for Democrat? And I'm not surprised. You got Nancy Pelosi being in office over 30 years now, worth $400 million, no investigation. Ilhan Omar now worth $30 million after being in Congress. AOC going to the Met Gala worth millions. Jasmine Crockett worth. I'm not surprised, because we already are eerily familiar with the Hunger Games and Democratic royalty. Maxine Waters being in office till she dies, Dianne Feinstein being in office until she dies, becoming multi-millionaires while being congresswoman at the same time that your minimum wage has been stagnant at $7.25. See, you got to get the whole context. You got to get the whole context that your minimum wage has been stagnant, that Nancy Pelosi says she retired this year. Did you guys know Nancy Pelosi is leaving with $400 million in the bag? Nancy Pelosi is leaving with $400 million in the bag, you guys. Ilhan Omar worth $30 million after a couple months. Let's look at this protest. Where did the kids get the signs, and why is it okay for them to be in the street in the rain and screaming F ICE, F Trump?
You have children in Oregon. This school is out and they're all holding signs.
Compounded by the fact that the school is out, that these are school-age children that should be in class. That's the agreement. It's like they want to tear at the fabric of America. Do you guys know how many soft agreements that we have that keeps this America thing going? I know immigrants come here and be like, wow, this is a great country, because there's all these soft agreements. See, some of these soft agreements broke down when people start doing, I'm not even going to say the term, but it's called school, and there's another S word after it. They broke down these soft agreements when they started attacking schools, right? But everybody believes in America that you can drop off your kids at this building and you trust. Does everybody have their earphones listening? And you trust that your children are going to get an education. You trust that they're going to be safe, and you trust that they're going to be there when you come back at 3:30 and pick them up. We have these soft agreements. That's why she's so upset and she doesn't even have children, because they're breaking the agreements that make up the fabric that weaves the cloth of America together. Pay attention.
All for ICE. You have got to be kidding me. This has to be a joke, right? None of them are in school. None of them. We're going to drive by real slow. None of these people are in school. All about ICE. Are you fucking kidding me?
Let's slow it down.
You've got...
Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Look at these kids. Let's slow it down. Not in class, cussing, all type of...
To be fucking kidding me. These are young children.
They getting rained on. These ain't even high school kids. So they use class time and class supplies. How much fraud occurred? So they use class time and class supplies to make these, and then they're outside of a school when they should be learning in the rain.
This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. What the fuck? They're fucking children. This is Kellogg Middle School in Portland, Oregon. The children are out protesting when they need to be in school.
Y'all see it? Y'all see it? First on Podcast with the Blast. Only us doing this shit.
I would rip my kid out of school so fucking fast. It wouldn't even be a question. Are you fucking kidding me? It is pouring fucking rain. And you have children. Middle school fucking children in adult fucking business.
They shouldn't even have political affiliation right now. They shouldn't even be worried about who Republican, Democrat. They should be learning about the history of America so that when they're old enough to vote, they can have an intelligent opinion in what party to choose, right? We shouldn't be giving them what party to pick without them giving the proper context. They should be learning about World War I, World War II. They should be learning contextual arguments about geopolitics at this very young, impressionable age so that they can make up their own mind because it's the greatest country in the world, and they can pick between whatever party they want. And the goal is that their parents and friends respect their choice, just like we would respect their sexual choice. Why we wouldn't respect their political choice? Your goal in the school right now, as a middle school student, should be learning the history of the world, the history of America, so that you can make this intelligent decision when it comes time for you. Not jump ahead of, like, we putting the cart before the horse. How many people agree with her that we're putting the cart before the horse? In middle school, you need to be learning the proper cut. This is what I do a lot on the podcast, because people say things and it's obvious to me. They don't have the proper, because they didn't stay in school. They didn't learn. They didn't get this context in school. This is why.
Did I see what I just think I fucking saw? Like, I know I saw it. I know I recorded it. This can't be fucking happening, can it? I love y'all. Have a good day. Bye.
Love you too. Love you too. Double tap at the like button. Love you too. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all understand what I'm saying? You're supposed to be learning about the context at 14, 12, 13. You're not supposed to be hearing adults pressure you about political. And then remember the comment in my chat about groupthink and how young people think and how young people identify cool. Like Nike shoes are cool. We don't want them to think the Democrats are cool and being a Republican is uncool. That's not American, right? Both parties are great. We don't want them thinking that the Democrats are cool and the Republicans are uncool. That's not the goal, right? They should be learning context right now. American history, right? And more than just Columbus, more than just slavery. More than Columbus, more than slavery. No bullshit. More than Columbus, more than slavery. They need to understand these things so you can make an educated, let's show some more video, some more kids, so you can be an educated electorate. And that's our goal here. We want an educated electorate. I'm not even saying that we want these kids to be of a certain political party, right? I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying we want an educated electorate, right? That's all I'm saying. Let's check out this video. Some more video from mob of school kids decided to storm Walmart to protest ICE in Albuquerque because nothing advances a cause like disrupting people shopping. Y'all believe this? This is now, you might say, well, why would they do this? We're going to talk about Don Lemon next. You might say, why would they do this? Why would they try to disrupt commerce? Why would they interrupt schools? Why would they interrupt church? A sanctuary. A sanctuary. Why would they interrupt church? A sanctuary. Huh? Let's look at the video. Listen to the kids. These are kids. At a Walmart, they will believe this is legal. They will believe this is a viable political tactic. That is the goal of Jasmine Crockett. That is the goal of Don Lemon. That is the goal of BLM. Remember what BLM and Jasmine Crockett said. BLM, they said they're trained Marxists. Now, before MAGA couldn't say some of these things, MAGA couldn't talk about BLM being communist, socialist, and Marxist. Before, MAGA was not allowed. And during the Biden administration, I was not allowed to say these truths. Now we see at political rallies, communist recruiting. And we hear left political pundits saying, this is America, it's a free country. It's okay for the communists to recruit at these protests, right? But MAGA always said, did you hear what BLM said? BLM said they're trained Marxists. I said these are strategies. When you saw BLM going to the church, you have to understand that these are Marxist, communist, socialist strategies. Strategies. She said it to Don Lemon outside of the church. Let's not get confused. She actually said it. Jasmine Crockett said it. She said it to Don Lemon outside of the church. We want to show up, because a lot of people were saying, well, why did they show up? Because churches have office hours. Churches have office hours where you can go to the church and speak to the pastor if you have a problem with the pastor, right? But instead, they purposely went on a Sunday during the time when parishioners had an American right, right? They had a right. It's called a sanctuary for a reason. The FACE Act exists for a reason. You have religious freedom in America. It would make sense that we would protect your right to worship that God, that you're free to worship. And they purposely went on the day of worship. These are tactics. Leaving school, leaving a state quorum. Leaving school is a tactic. Leaving the state so no one else can vote and have a quorum are tactics. Shutting down the government, which we are in a partial shutdown as of today, is a tactic. Don Lemon entering that church on a holy day is a tactic. Let's look at the video of these kids in a Walmart. I'm arguing, why would they, because people, I don't know why they're going to a Walmart. Why are they in a Walmart? Why were they in the church? The church had nothing to do with the ICE. The church had nothing to do with ICE. Why did they go to church? Did you see that brother? I love that brother. God bless that brother. Prayer covering over his family, that father and his son. He said, brother Don Lemon, I don't want to do an interview. He said, I was excited to get up this morning. He said, I look forward to this all week. I work hard all week. All I wanted to do this morning is praise my God. I think Americans are, it's been too long since we've heard that type of ideology and sentiment. That used to be the norm. When I grew up in America, that was the norm. He said, Don Lemon, I don't want to do an interview. I woke up this morning excited to go to church. I worked hard all week. Me and my son showed up on time. I remember going to have breakfast with my dad after church. I bet you the son was excited too. We're going to go to church. My dad is always in a good mood. Sons love when their fathers are happy. My dad is in a good mood when we leave church. We go have breakfast. And for the rest of the week, he's nice to my mom. So I love church too. The man said, I got up Sunday morning excited to go to church with my son. I don't want to do this, Don Lemon. All I wanted to do, and the reason he prefaced I went to work, because I went to work. I get this Sunday for rest. I get this Sunday for worship. You do not get to interrupt me today, Don Lemon. These are the soft agreements that we have in America. That you can drop your children off at school and they will be educated. That I can go to church on Sunday and I won't be bothered. Because see, Don Lemon, I work Monday through Friday. And Sunday is a day of worship. I pay my taxes, Don Lemon. I love my country. I love my president. I love my God. I love my church, Don Lemon. I get to worship on Sunday, Don Lemon. These are the soft agreements that we make as American people. And I argue today that they purposely showed up at church to disrupt the fabric of America, to disrupt these soft agreements that we have, that we will not do certain things. These are the fabric of America that Marxists, communists, and socialists want to disrupt. Now look at this. I'm laying the foundation because you might say, why are children in the Walmart? Again, to disrupt commerce. They are disrupting every one of your rights. If you just take your head out of your ass for 5 minutes, if you take your head out of your ass for 5 minutes, you will see what I'm talking about. They are trying to disrupt and take away all of your rights. Your right and freedom to religion, your right to freedom of commerce, your right to freedom of education, all of it right in front of your eyes, and you are clapping, you are cheering for it. Yeah, I don't want my freedom of education. Yeah, I don't want my freedom of religion. Yeah, I don't want my freedom of commerce. All under the guise that the orange man is bad. Kids. These are kids. You see, I'm not even in high school. These are kids. Nobody's upset that they recruited our kids. Nobody's upset that they turned our kids into anti-federal government. It's not ICE, they're federal agents. It's not ICE, they're federal agents. No one's upset that they've done this to our children who are not wise enough, who haven't learned the historical context to say the things that they're saying. You know, you don't let your kids say certain things. You don't let a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old say certain shit to you because you know that they don't have the context to say what they're saying. You say, young boy, you don't even know what you're talking about. Anybody ever said that as you got older? You give them a pass for being young and what we say? Young and dumb. Young man, you don't even know what you're talking about. You have an opinion about something you haven't lived or studied yet. That is the definition of ignorance. What we're watching is mass ignorance. That's why I argue about idiocracy. And I'm not putting the children down. I'm saying this is how the difference between an intelligent electorate and an ignorant electorate, and who benefits from an ignorant, brainwashed electorate who mindlessly votes. And let's say this, who mindlessly vote for whatever party without understanding the proper context that I provide for you on my podcast. Double tap hit the like button. Kids, brothers and sisters, kids, profanity, children using profanity all over, disrupting churches, disrupting commerce. So it's easy if you're not intelligent, right? It's easy to say, oh, it's no big deal, right? But when you have an intelligent podcaster like myself and he starts breaking it down like, wait a minute, he's right. They are disrupting these things that we have a right to. We have a right to education. We have a right to commerce. We have a right to freedom of religion. He is right. Why haven't we thought about this? Why haven't we talked about this? Huh? He's right. Huh? Why not just protest? Why are these protests these new style of protests? Huh? Why are these new style of protests? Why this style of protest that you go after the rights of the American people, right? The right to assemble, freedom of religion, the right to commerce. I get it. I'm American. I believe in the peaceful protests, right? But if you understand what I'm putting out, that why would you go through Walmart? Because what happened when you go through Walmart is the same thing when Jasmine Crockett left Texas. No one could make, what if there's a grandmother in the pharmacy in Walmart? Is everybody hearing me? What if there's a grandmother in the pharmacy of Walmart? What if there's a grandmother in the pharmacy of that Walmart and the children are in there protesting and she can't get her medicine? Someone who was in World War I, World War II. Do you guys understand? It's like, it's my job. I love breaking it down. I love doing the minutia, but I want you to come to these conclusions on your own. Why would they go into a church when someone might need salvation? Do you know why people go to church? Can anybody estimate why that father was excited to be in church Sunday? Maybe he used to have addiction. Maybe he used to have gambling. Maybe he used to have some type of schism. And his salvation, his worship helped him overcome and not only be a good man, a husband, someone who works and pays taxes, but a great father to his son. And then we take away that from him. But he had a right. Even in Don Lemon, do you guys realize he echoed my sentiment? He said to Don Lemon, I agree with you guys. I even agree with your right to protest, but not here. You take away the validity of your protest when you interrupt a sanctuary, when you interrupt commerce, when you interrupt education.
No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state. No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state. No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state. Fear, no hate, no ICE in our state.
I don't think you guys have seen this. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you guys have seen it. I don't think you guys have really seen this stuff. Double tap hit the like button. I don't think you guys have seen it. Huh? Look at it again. I don't think you guys have actually seen what took place and had real intelligent perspective on what actually happened on Friday. I think so much happens in the news. I think so much happens in America that you really don't know. You heard about protests. I was driving on the freeway. I saw kids over the freeway. I saw kids over the freeway, over the overpass with signs. So I know a lot of you are busy. You work every day, and you may not have seen this. Look at the traffic. They should be in school. Where did they get the paper, the pens? That's your taxpayer dollars. I know I sound like a dad. I know I sound like a dad because I am. I know I sound like a conservative because I am. I'm asking about things only a dad, only a conservative, a principal would ask about. And I know it might be uncool. It's a shame. It's a shame that it's uncool, but it matters where the paper and the pens and the markers came from. It matters that we paid money for these children to be in school. So now, how many schools have I showed you so far? How many children have I showed you so far? Do you understand how the fraud happening? Isn't this almost like someone laughing at Trump? Ha ha, ha ha. You're mad because of fraud in Minneapolis because you were paying for children who weren't there. So to get back at Trump, he makes them pay. They make them pay for children who are not there.
No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state. No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state.
Do you think they understand what it means when they say no ICE in our state? I heard something intelligent this morning. ICE is not created today. Let's look it up right now. When was ICE created? When was ICE created? Let's look it up right now. March 2003. March 2003. What president did it. March 2003. George Bush brought in ICE. March 2003. So people think no ICE in our state. Do they know? This is what I say about intelligent electorate versus ignorant electorate, and who benefits from an ignorant electorate? Who benefits from an ignorant electorate? What president used it the most? Who benefits from an ignorant electorate? George W. Bush was the most prolific ICE user. So ICE was not created this year, kids. ICE has been around since 2003. You see, and the reason you see ICE in Minnesota in the capacity in which you see it is because the Democrats in Minnesota have refused to cooperate with the federal government's request to give out the roster of immigrants incarcerated on welfare and receiving Medicaid. So it's been difficult for ICE agents to go door to door to get people who have warrants and deportation orders. And this is where you understand how sinister the Democrats are, if you truly understand. So wait a minute, Perfect. What you're saying is the Democrats said, we're not going to work with you, forcing ICE agents to go door to door, like be in the street where Renee Good was shot, where Alex Pretty was unalive. So forcing ICE agents to administer their warrants in the manner that they have been doing. But along with that is we have Democratic leadership. I showed you a congressman who is organizing the ICE Watch. So first the Democrats say to the federal government, we're not going to assist you. We're not going to give you the data you need so that the process can go quickly, like in Chattahoochee Crunch, like in North Carolina, like in New Orleans, like in Memphis, where we arrested 5,000 in 7 days. 10,000 in 3 days. And I said to you, 600,000 in 2025. How did we do that so cleanly, so quickly? The governments and the states work with us. How do you arrest 10,000 in a matter of days? Because we got a list of people, and I go to the governor. I need these lists of people. They all have to go home. They all have to go home. And we got 600,000 out in 2025, and 80% of them were criminals. Just like the day Alex Pretty was unalive, they were looking for an Ecuadorian criminal. They had a warrant from Ecuador and a warrant from America. And he had deportation orders from an immigration judge. And what we have are children in the street saying, ICE out. Despite ICE being created in 2003, despite Biden allowing 10 to 20 million immigrants in the country. And I've argued, MAGA has already said, this is not about Latin Americans. We saw 2 immigrants came across in 2022 who unalived Americans because they had CDLs, and they were from Yemen. They were from fucking Yemen. How many people knew Yemenis came across the border in 2022? Chinese came across the border. Somalis came across the border, frauding the system, getting a welfare for children who aren't there. Every one of these kids received an allotment on Friday. We need to call our Congress people and say, I'm not paying for Friday. What day was it, y'all? January 31st? MAGA, you need to call your local supervisor and say, I'm not paying for Friday. The kids didn't go to school. The budget needs to be adjusted. The budget needs to be adjusted. Maybe some teacher salaries. Everybody say teachers need to be paid more. No, I don't think so. I think teachers overpaid. This is proof right here. Someone needs to be penalized because Americans lost. Can someone do the math? You know, I'm good at my podcast, right? I'm putting out a lot of facts. I would love someone to do the math on how much revenue was lost with all of the students who didn't attend class nationwide on Friday.
No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state. No fear, no hate, no ICE in our state. No fear.
You guys see the cars? I didn't see that at first. I was reading this, and I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the kids blocking. Look at the cars, you guys. I didn't even notice that. Wow. The kids, because it's high school, some people drive, so they're blocking like Renee Good and Alex Pretty. They're blocking the street with their cars.
ICE in our state. No fear.
See those cars?
No hate.
Look at the cars.
ICE in
They're
our
heading out the window.
state.
They was hanging out the window. Let's go back. They hanging out the window. They hanging out the window. They hanging out the window. And look at this. They blocking the road, both lanes of traffic. They're in both lanes of traffic, hanging out the window with ICE signs. Wow. Man, it's so much going on. I'm giving out so much information. I'm not even realizing sometimes. Let's watch that again. We got it in slow motion. So we got the kids. I thought I was just looking at the kids, all of the kids out of school. No, look, the reason why CNN highlighted this scene right here is because children are using their cars to block traffic. I did not know that. Let's look at this again. Look at regular cars are in traffic. Look at the black car. The black car now is blocking 2 lanes of traffic. You got back-to-back children, high school children in their vehicles blocking. The second black car was in the middle of the street. Isn't that how Renee Good became unalived? It did not say these are tactics of ICE Watch. How do you guys feel now? They're not only out of school, they're not only having signs made with your taxpayer dollars, but they're also blocking the traffic in roads. And we know Alex Pretty, before his unaliving, was in the street blocking traffic, waving on certain cars, attempting to block ICE vehicles. The week before that, he was on camera kicking ICE vehicles. I'm the first one who reported that Alex Purdy was in the middle of the street in the same capacity as Renee Good, per their Minnesota ICE Watch training, blocking traffic similar to these cars right here of these high school students, blocking traffic as they were trained to do by Minnesota ICE Watch socialist groups when the confrontation occurred. Here it is again. Alex Purdy, Renee Good, and now high school students all using the same tactic, blocking highways and byways in what they call a protest. This is no longer legal. This is no longer peaceful. Alex was not legally or peaceful protesting when he's blocking the street as a member of Minnesota ICE Watch, prohibiting ICE from doing their job, driving forward, appearing to be self-ordained law enforcement, and to pass certain cars through and block ICE. That's the facts. Look at this. Look at the black car again. I had no idea why they showed this. Look at the black car again, blocking both lanes of traffic. Blocking both lanes of traffic. With another black car behind, blocking both lanes of traffic, hanging out the car. You got kids and trees. Look at the passion. Look at the kids and trees. Can't make this up. Can't make this up, man. Look at this. What if American students was this passionate about the blockchain, about Web 3.0, huh? About literacy, about learning, about the next generation? Crazy, man. Crockett, I told you this was political. Crockett melts ice. I told you these were political rallies. Crockett melts ice. Who? Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Crockett? I thought this was about the victims. Why do I keep having to remind Democrats about the victims? Crockett melts ice. You can't make this up. High school student political affiliation. There you go. There you go. I saw a Maduro sign. Wait a minute. We got to slow this. What is that? That's it. Spanish, Presidente, Viva Mexico. I can't even read that. Y'all got to translate that. There's so much going on. It's so much going on. You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up, man. I know it's Crockett High School, fool. It's a double entendre. You know what I'm saying? You can't make this up, man. Crockett melts ice. Double tap, hit the like button, man. MAGA Monday, man. MAGA Monday. We going in, man. You can't believe this, man. A lot of you haven't seen this, man. A lot of you been hearing about this. Now I'm making you the educated electorate. You feel what I'm saying? That's the goal here, so you can make an educated decision, man. So you can make an educated decision. Double tap, hit the like button. Mega Monday on the way, man. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. You watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. Let's get this next video, more video evidence. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. More video evidence, and we're going to get the Don Lemon. We're going to get the Don Lemon. We got the Epstein files being released. Bill Clinton's a freaky boy. She's a very freaky boy. Always undercover. Always undercover. He's a very freaky boy. Always undercover. Nah, I said it, man. I've been said it, man. I've been said it. We got Bill Gates, all of these freaky boys. You know, well, that's why they wanted you to focus on Diddy. Diddy 1,000 bottles of baby oil. No, Diddy didn't do nothing wrong. Turns out Diddy was not doing anything to anybody. Diddy was just watching from the other room. Diddy was a voyeur. But the people doing the really freaky dicky, the people doing the really freaky dicky, you know, you heard about the Epstein files, 3.5 million pages released. The people doing the really freaky happen to be Dimmy, freaky, Dimmy, freaky. Yeah, man. And, you know, the excitement I saw with the Epstein files, the excitement I saw with the Epstein files today was what I said last week. I said people wanted a sex tape. When they said release the Epstein files, they didn't really want the Epstein file. I said we had the names. All the names that we have now, we already had. We knew Bill Gates. We knew Bill Clinton. We knew Trump. We knew all of this already. But what people really wanted is the sex tape, the salacious details, the emails of sexual that's what y'all wanted. America is sick and perverted. America never gave a fuck about the victims. And you prove it every day. You prove it with your reaction to these Epstein files. You prove it at how happy you are, how disgusting some of the things that these people did, and you're excited to read it and salivate over it. We knew already every person you learned about in the Epstein files, everything that was said, we knew it already. We just didn't know the nasty details. The American people wanted the nasty details. They kept saying Epstein file, Epstein file. I said they printed Epstein's black book in Gawker. I told my audience, Wendy Webb has wrote 2 volumistic books. Wendy Webb has to live in South America in hiding. She's presented so much information on Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein died at 65. He did what he wanted to do his whole life. Bill Clinton gave him a birthday book at 50. Like, we been know everything about Jeffrey Epstein. He was convicted twice. His black book was used in his 2008 conviction. Wendy Webb said this, not me, but I told my audience. His black book was used in his 2008 prosecution. The black book, the FBI has had it since 2008. His janitor tried to sell it. The FBI put him in jail. These are all backed up facts. You can go to Gawker. They've had the quote-unquote Epstein list since 2008. How many of you guys knew that? They've had the quote-unquote Epstein list. How do you think they prosecuted him? He was found guilty of the things that you hate him for. They still fuck with him. They still had dinner with him. They still went to his house. He was allowed to be on a private jet after 2008 conviction. He was allowed access to private island after 2008 conviction. He was on the phone in 2019 with Stacey Plaskett, representative of the Virgin Islands, telling her what to ask Michael Cohen, lawyer of Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein was the fucking man. He wasn't on the phone with a Republican. He didn't have influence like that with Republicans, and we knew all of this. Before today, before the freaky emails about Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, we knew Bill Clinton had sex. Listen to me. Listen to me. Before you learned about Bill Clinton over the weekend, we knew Bill Clinton had sex with a 20-year-old while married, while president, while in the fucking White House. He was in the fucking White House. He was in the fucking White House. He was in the White House. He was. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? We knew Bill Clinton was married. We knew Bill Clinton had sex with a 20-year-old young lady while president, while in the White House. And we forgave it. She saved the dress. She saved it. We knew Bill Clinton was a freaky boy. She saved the dress. And Bill Clinton said, I did not have sexual relations. So when you hear all these freaky boys say, I didn't do it, remember Bill Clinton said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. And then Bill Clinton had to recant what he said because Monica kept the dress. And there was DNA evidence that you not only cheated on your wife, cheated on America, cheated on your job, but you skeeted on this little girl. Let's go to the video. This is a local Portland monastery. So we've seen high school, we've seen middle school. Now these are elementary school. Who helped them? Some of them probably don't even know how to say their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. You understand what I'm saying? Who wrote the signs? Who gave them permission? And monasteries are extremely expensive. And there's an adult leading the chant. It's almost like it's unbelievable in America right now. There's an adult leading the chant at a local Portland monastery. There's an adult leading the chant of elementary school age children at a monastery against federal agents and the federal government. Can't believe this stuff. Yep. That's where we at today. That's where we at today. Double tap at the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. Giving you the factual evidence. You make up your own mind, ladies and gentlemen. You make up your own mind. You tell me in the chat. You subscribe to the channel. You hit the plus sign. You become a member. You become part of the solution. You make up your own mind. You make up your own mind. I'm just presenting to you because I know you guys work very hard. I know you guys work very hard and you got a lot of work to do. Right? I got work to do. I got work, baby. I got a job, baby. So much work, baby. So much work to do. I know y'all got a lot of work to do, so that's my job. Give y'all this information. MAGA Monday. Give y'all this information. So y'all could be, see, some people want you to be ignorant, man. Brainwashed before you have, like, isn't this the definition of grooming? And I know YouTube don't like that word, right? I don't think YouTube likes that word. But isn't this the definition of grooming? I got work to do. I got work, baby. I got a job, baby. Isn't this the definition of grooming? I think this is part of the problem, right? I can sing. My mama said I could sing. Isn't this the definition? I keep saying it even though I know the algorithm don't like it. I need to stop saying it. What word can we use? Because the algorithm don't like that word. But isn't this the definition of ignorance? Like the whole thing is like you have a situation when we go about Time's Up, and remember what Jeffrey Epstein said. He was the first and big supporter of Time's Up and Me Too. So when you talk about Time's Up and Me Too and this influence, as we talk about the Friday's events and the protests, when you talk about Time's Up and Me Too and influence, the whole thing about Time's Up and Me Too is that women wanted to tell American people that we find ourselves in situations, right, but we don't have the proper knowledge and context to make the right decision. And men with more power, more intelligence, and more influence lead us down a path that is detrimental to our own self-interest, right? And get us to do things that are against our own self-interest because of our ignorance. Isn't that the definition of Me Too and Time's Up? It don't apply to kids. Huh? It don't apply to kids. I think it should apply to kids. I think it should apply to kids. These young people is the same thing as Me Too and Time's Up. It's like having a boss that's a billionaire and you own minimum wage, and that boss tries to influence you to do something because of the money and the power and the knowledge. These kids don't know enough about the American government, the democratic system, the Republican. On my channel alone, I deal with adults. My analytics skew older. My analytics don't skew young. And people don't know what the DNC is. People don't know what the RNC is. When I talk about Kamala Harris, when I challenge the Democrats on how and why they chose Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in their lack of convention, their lack of understanding of the DNC and the Democratic platform, even Chink of the Young Turks challenges Democrats. Chink just had a talk with Tucker Carlson. He challenges Democrats on their knowledge and understanding of the Democratic platform. To these children, before, I would have gave them a test. Gen X, you didn't get to just get freedoms. They give you exams. If I was your teacher, I would have given them an exam. You want to go protest ICE on behalf of the Dems, right? Then you tell me, name the Democratic platform, name everything in the Democratic, or at least give me 3 things from the Democratic platform. Give me 3 things from the Democratic platform. You're a child. You're not old enough to vote. I don't know why you would be in the protest, but okay, you want to go on a protest. You say it's your right, right? Name something. Name what is the DNC? I would just give them the acronym. What is the DNC? My chat room right now doesn't know the answer to these questions, let alone middle schoolers and high schoolers. What is the DNC? And name 3 things from the Democratic platform. I don't see one Democrat in my chat saying what is the definition of the DNC. I don't see one Democrat in my chat putting out one thing from the Democratic platform. That is the scary part of American politics in 2026. That they have all of these catchphrases. They call me all these names. There's all these names for black people who are conservative. But I just want Democrats who believe are against me just one thing. Right now, you have your cell phone, and this is the sad part about Google and AI. Not one Democrat can put one thing in the platform. Why are you Democrat? Put one thing in the chat from the Democratic platform why you support the Democratic Party. Huh? Finally, somebody said Democratic National Committee. It's like they don't get it. They don't know. See, this is how you get someone to say Biden can't run and Kamala will be the nominee, even though Kamala didn't get one vote. Biden can't run, but Kamala's going to run, but Kamala didn't get one vote. And the way that happened is Democrats, liberals, don't understand the political process. They really don't understand the DNC, the committee, the process, the nomination. They don't get none of that, bro. They really don't, and they don't care. They just know white man, orange man, bad. They just know orange man bad. They don't even know enough to challenge Jasmine Crockett, to challenge AOC. Jasmine Crockett, what in the Democratic platform have you successfully argued to become legislation? AOC, because she wants to go to Senate. AOC, what have you successfully argued? What measures, what policies have you got passed into law that are in the Democratic platform because you want to go to Senate? If you knew enough about the things I'm saying, I'm not saying you would agree with me, but hopefully you would challenge your leaders. You would challenge the Jasmine Crockett's of the world. You would challenge the Hakeem Jeffries of the world. And you would make them give you results, like Chink of the Young Turk said, in the form of policy of the Democratic platform. Let's look at this video of these kids who are saying and lack the context, because I know my chat doesn't even have the context. So that's what I'm saying. So they throwing laptops at people violently in the crowd. People got hurt. And they're throwing glass bottles at people violently in the crowd. People got hurt. So this is what they did with their time and energy of the ICE walkout protest.
Dirty. It don't matter. Fuck you in the whip. Oh, my mama did bitch tweaking. If she thinks she had my sons. When we get back to the crib, I'm gonna nut all on her buns. I'm gonna beat the let her down. Yeah, she better not try to run. Pull up in the...
What y'all think? It's your taxpayer dollars. Again, we paid money for those kids to be in school. They were supposed to be in school on Friday. This is the whole thing with the Leering Center. This is enrollment-based funding. This is preferred seating. The Leering Center was empty because under Biden policies, they got paid based on enrollments, not based on how many kids actually attended school. Well, in America, you have to attend school to get paid. Everybody need to be calling their congressperson. Everybody need to be calling their congressperson and make sure these cities, these sanctuary cities that back these ICE walkouts have their funding cut. These sanctuary cities that back these ICE walkouts have their funding cut. Straight up. Perfect Time Podcast with the blast coming through with the gas.
I will let you pick whatever school you want. I don't care if I
Perfect Time
have to pay
Podcast.
for it. I'm sorry. I did not expect this. I'm sorry, baby. I will let you pick whatever school you want. I don't care if I have to pay for it. My baby. I don't care if I have to pay for it. Any school you want that I can drive to within 30 minutes of home.
That's a great mom.
I'm sorry. I did not expect this.
Why would you expect children to be interjected into a political campaign when you and I both know they don't have the intellect to make a decision on Democrat or Republican? The goal of school is to give you, we don't even teach civics anymore. They don't, like right now, today's topic is the shutdown. The shutdown has to do with a continuing resolution. How many people in the chat know what a clean CR is? This is a test. This is only a test of the Perfect Timing Podcast broadcast network. How many people in the chat know what a clean CR is? Do you guys understand we do not have a budget? See, look at the numbers. No one cares. No one cares, right? We don't have a budget right now as an American people, and we're dealing with the protest. We should be protesting the fact that we don't have a budget. And we're operating on, thank you, continuous, the previous funding. Finally. Oh, that MAGA. Oh, that finally, brothers and sisters, current spending. Yes, the budget was due when? October what? The budget was due when? October what? We got some intelligent people here. The budget was due when? October what? And what happened with the shutdown, since we got some intelligent people? The budget was due October what? We got some intelligent people. The budget was due October 15th. Part of Articles of the Constitution, who has to create the budget? What's the process? These are the things these children should be learning before they protest. Huh? The children should be concerned that the government still doesn't have a budget. They owed us a budget about October 15th. Both Democrats and Republicans, they owe me and you, friends. They owe all of us. The red and the blue and the people who don't pick, because in America, you don't have to be Democrat or Republican. But all of us were owed a budget in October. Continuing the previous budget. October 15th. You know what Republican Mike Johnson said? In lieu of being able to create a new budget, he put forth a stopgap bill, a clean CR. A clean CR would fund the government. You never would have got a 43-day shutdown. You never would have lost your food stamps. You never would have had a fucked up Thanksgiving and a fucked up Christmas. How many of you know this, that the Democrats purposely put you through this pain? Why do I say the Democrats purposely put you through this pain? Because Mike Johnson sent a clean CR to the Senate. Chuck Schumer said no 14 times because AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar, and the squad, Hakeem Jeffries, pressured Chuck Schumer with the fear tactic that AOC would primary him from the left. So Chuck Schumer was terrified to sign the clean CR. Chuck Schumer said no 14 times until we had a special election, November 4th, 2025, because Jasmine Crockett was getting fired by Texas. Greg Abbott redistricted 5 seats, and he won the Supreme Court battle. So they said we're going to shut down the government for 43 days. You know what happened at the end of the shutdown to prove that it was a Democratic shutdown? What we have right now today is the proof. The shutdown that we had. You know what happened at the end of 14 no's? Chuck Schumer finally said yes after the symbolic victories on November 4th. Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats did not create a budget. There's no budget. There's no appropriation bill. The way it works is the Congress creates a budget bill. Appropriation bill goes to the Senate. The president signs it into law. American people have a budget. Yay. That's the way it's supposed to work. That didn't happen. So after 14 no's, Chuck Schumer finally says yes after the symbolic victory and the 43-day shutdown and fucking off your food stamps, fucking off your Thanksgiving. TSA agents had to work for over a month without pay. Air traffic controllers had to work over a month without pay. Military went hungry in Germany. Army personnel went hungry in Germany because they weren't getting paid. That's why Trump gave them 1776 on the tariffs. How many people know this? How many people know this? You're watching the right channel, I'll tell you this.
I'm sorry, baby. I will let you pick whatever school you want. I don't care if I have to pay for it. My baby.
Mother takes her, for everybody watching, just to tee up the video, mother removes her child from school on Friday after ice out protest nationwide. Nationwide ice out protest. You're watching a video of her mom, an emotionally distraught mother who had to remove her daughter from school after nationwide ice out protests. Nationwide.
I'm sorry. I did not expect this. I'm sorry, baby. I will let you pick whatever school you want. I don't care if I have to pay for it. My baby. I don't care if I have to pay for it.
American parents should not have to make this type of decision. Remember what I taught you today. There are these soft agreements. This is why 20 million people came here under Biden, because of these agreements and these promises that we have. This is what the promise of America. We have trust and faith in the American dream that we can drop off our children to school and they will get an education and they will safely be able to attend school and we will pick them up at 3 p.m. You know how much trust we put into our country? You know how great America is? We trust that they will go to school. We trust that teachers will not have sex with them. We teach. There's so much trust involved in this American dream. And it's broken. It is broken. This mother is broken. Her faith and trust in this promise that America says to parents, hey, drop your children off at school. You got an education. They'll get an education. They'll be safe. They'll be here at 3:30 when you pick them up. That's the faith and promise that parents have. And she is emotionally distraught that faith and promise was broken.
You pick whatever school you want. I don't care if I have to pay for it. My baby. I don't care if I have to pay for it.
They're crying, bro.
Any school you want.
They're crying.
That I can drive to within 30 minutes of home. I'm sorry.
What you think, man? What you think, man? In tears, both parent and daughter in tears. What you think? In tears. This is the status of America. What we're watching, what we're discussing today is ICE riots or rallies. On Friday, it was a nationwide walkout of children. A lot of you may know there was protests on Friday. Middle school, high school, elementary school. Nationwide walkout, nationwide protest involving children who don't know anything about the DNC, who don't know the platform, right? Let's go to more video evidence. This is what they did. This is what they did. This is what they did with the opportunity. This is Stockton, California. Students walked out of school on Friday to protest ICE funding the Trump administration. Isn't it funny that they were funded to be in school that day? Isn't it funny they should have been in school that day per the funding? And instead, we got frauded. You see the signs? You see the signs? Profanity, vulgarity, and complete civil unrest. This is not a peaceful protest. This is complete civil unrest. Profanity. They using school supplies that are paid for by taxpayer dollars. They own my time right now. You own my clock. You're supposed to be in class. The American people didn't pay for you to be in class. You own the clock right now. You're supposed to be in school. You're supposed to be in school, y'all. Own the clock. On the clock. Put a one in the chat. Are these rallies or protests? Are these rallies or protests? Are these rallies or protests? Huh? We showed them disrupting churches, schools. Speaking of churches being disrupted, good old Don Lemon got arrested. Good old Don Lemon got arrested. Good old Don Lemon. We're going to get into the shutdown too. We're going to get into the shutdown too. Because we talked a little bit about the shutdown. We're going to keep the MAGA red meat going though. We're going to keep the MAGA red meat going. Don Lemon arrested over church protest live stream. So today we saw them interrupt commerce by going into a Walmart, interrupt education by shutting down schools on the walkout. And to start it all off with these Marxist socialist tactics is Don Lemon with BLM leaders interrupted a sanctuary. Lemon was arrested on January 30th, 2026 and released without bond after a federal grand jury indicted him on eight others for allegedly conspiring to interfere with religious exercise at City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Clap it up, y'all. Thank you to everybody who got my community tab, and I got a bunch of likes and comments on my community tab. Hey, friends, I would love it if you guys would join the channel and hit the like button right now and come on over to Perfect Timing Podcast, the actual channel. Check out the community that we're building, man. It's been great, man. I want to say thank you to everybody who's liked, shared, subscribed. The community is growing rapidly. I'm excited. Everyone's excited. We got videos, we got shorts, we got live streams, and we got this community tab that YouTube has given us to build this community to educate people, man. So over the weekend, I posted about Don Lemon on the day he got arrested, and there was great reaction on the community tab. I want to say thank you to everybody, you guys. Give yourself a pat on the back, W chat. Thank you for participating in the channel on multiple levels, not just with the live stream, not just with the shorts, but being a part of the community and becoming a member is so important. I want to say thank you to all of you who support the channel in the many different ways that you do, man. It means so much to me, brothers and sisters. And people be like, why is he excited? It's because of the love, man. It's because of the love. I love you guys. I love you, and thank you for your support, man. That was a great opportunity. So let's get more into it because I know you guys want to hear about it. Don Lemon arrested. And I'm so excited because I believe my chat, these conversations lead to the Don Lemon arrest. These conversations lead to Nancy Pelosi stepping down. We were the ones who said Nancy Pelosi was worth $400 million. Next thing you know, Nancy Pelosi stepping down. We were the ones that said FACE Act. And I'm going to even say W chat. I got to say W chat because my chat educated me on the FACE Act. They said, perfect. He violated the FACE Act. And I went to ChatGPT and we looked it up. And then we found the FACE Act and I read it. It was a law enacted in the 90s. I think it was Clinton, you guys. And the FACE Act said that you have a right to gather and praise your God. As we read it, we said it makes sense. Because in America, you have a freedom of religion to worship whatever God you want. It would make sense that we would protect the right for you to assemble and worship that God, right? It makes sense that it's a part of that American right of freedom of religion. It's not a freedom of religion if I can't assemble and worship the God. You can't tell me I have a freedom to worship whatever God I want, and then you interrupt me from worship, right? Shout out W chat. W chat, my chat. I didn't know, I never heard of the FACE Act. I never heard of the FACE Act. So W chat, best chat. Shout out to you. Don Lemon arrested over church protests, and let's read it again. And this is also, can we get some Pam Bondi love? Because I promise you guys, the people who want Pam Bondi and all this Pam Bondi hate, that's a troll. Do you guys get that the people saying all this stuff, this weird stuff about Pam Bondi are trolling us? She's doing a great job. Tulsi Gabbard, she's doing a great job. She's doing a great job. And I don't like the pressure that she gets. When my chat said that, hey, Becca Good needs to be prosecuted for the unaliving of Renee Good because Becca Good said, drive, baby, drive. That's aiding and abetting, and it resulted in her death. Next thing you know, Pam Bondi, DOJ, is pressuring local prosecutors to prosecute Becca Good. Remember that, chat? Pam Bondi is pressuring local prosecutors to prosecute Becca Good to the tune of 6 of them stepped down. 6 prosecutors stepped down because they refused to prosecute Becca Good. It was her fault. She said, drive, baby, drive. And my chat said that first. My chat said, because I didn't even hear it. My chat said, slow it down, perfect. We slowed down the video. We heard Becca Good say, drive, baby, drive. And I said, Becca Good is the co-defendant. Becca Good can be charged with her death because they were both in the commission of a crime. There's so much America don't understand about these events. They were in the commission of a crime. Both Becca Good and Renee Good were criminals. At that time, they weren't listening to ICE agents, federal agents. They should have complied. That made them criminals. When she said, drive, baby, drive, that was it. Pam Bondi said, you got to prosecute her. They said no. And then they stepped down. So Pam Bondi deserves her props and her respect. Lemon was arrested on January 30th, 2026 and released without bond after a federal grand jury indicted him and 8 others for allegedly conspiring to interfere with religious exercise at City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. The charges under the FACE Act, my chat, best chat on YouTube. The FACE Act stemmed from his January 18 live stream inside the church during an anti-ICE protest that interrupted Pastor David Easterwood's sermon, with prosecutors claiming Lemon crossed from journalism into participation. I agree. By helping plan the disruption. I agree. His attorney calls it an attack on the First Amendment. What about their religious freedom? These are all amendments. Which ones supersede who? Is Don Lemon's rights more important than the parishioners? Whose rights come first? Sit your ass down, Don Lemon. While supporters like Attorney General Pam Bondi stress protecting worship rights. Amen. Don Lemon believes his First Amendment rights came before and supersedes the right to worship, which is what explicit in the FACE Act. Lemon's arraignment is set for February 9th, 1999. I think Lemon did not know, like me, he's from my generation, we little old fogies. I think Lemon did not know about the FACE Act. I think Lemon was unaware of the FACE Act. Huh? We not playing TMZ. We not playing TMZ. Nah, we not playing TMZ. Jane Fonda, I knew Don Lemon. My husband created CNN, and I will fight for the right to speak. They arrested the wrong Don. This is how autocrats act. Is that right? No mention of the FACE Act. Is this a real person? They say this is Jane Fonda. I didn't even know Jane Fonda was still alive. Anyway, let's listen to the video. Don Lemon arrested for the FACE Act. W chat.
Oh, I know Don Lemon. My husband created CNN, and I will fight for their right to speak, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. They arrested the wrong Don. Don Lemon is a professional journalist. He and his producer were doing their job. Nothing more, nothing less. And he's been arrested. And they'll make up all kinds of defamatory things to say about him. That's what they're doing. This is how autocrats act. We can't fall for it. We have to speak up. When a red line is crossed like this, we cannot be silent.
I agree. A line has been.
Oh, I know Don Lemon.
A line definitely was crossed. How many people agree with her in the chat? A line definitely was crossed. The line was those individuals' right to peacefully worship. Not at a church, exactly. That was the right. That was the red line. It's a promise of America that you can come here. You can be Christian. You can be Catholic. You can be Muslim. No one gets to go into a mosque in America and say, we don't like Muslims. That is illegal. Even though Trump says everything he says about Muslims, you cannot stop a mosque. You can't interrupt a mosque. Do you guys know that? That's why Muslims feel safe to come here, build a mosque, and worship. You can't do that. It's not America. If Muslims can't come here, build a mosque, and have the faith and trust that they can go in the mosque and pray, and no one will accost them, then it's not America. That's what make America this city on a hill. That's what make it almost this imaginary thing. Think about what I'm explaining to you. That's what makes America so great. That Muslims could come here, build a mosque, and they have the faith and trust. They would never do this back home in a theocracy, right? They have the faith and trust that they can go in the mosque and worship their God. And because they're in America, no one is going to try to bomb the mosque. If they're back home in a theocracy, missiles come into the mosque. They don't do that in America. What makes it so beautiful is that you could be whatever religion you want in America. And you can have a trust in the faith and belief that you can go into your house of worship on your day of worship and feel safe and protected by the Constitution. This is what makes it so great. This is why it's a great analogy. This is why it's a great example to use Islam. It's a great example to use Islam because even Muslims have the same promise from the Constitution, Muslim Americans. This is why it's great to use Islam as an example because Muslims Americans have the same promise, Don Lemon, Jane Fonda. Muslim Americans can build a mosque. In the FACE Act, the Constitution protects them. They can have the faith and belief that they can go to their church and pray and no one will interrupt. That's what makes it a great analogy. That's what makes it a great analogy. Jane Fonda defending Don Lemon.
My husband created CNN, and I will fight for their right to speak, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. They arrested the wrong Don. Don Lemon is a professional journalist.
Put a one in the chat if you think they arrested the wrong Don. Put a one in the chat if you think they arrested the wrong Don. Did they arrest the wrong Don? Don Lemon, Donald Trump, Jane Fonda.
Is a professional journalist. He and his producer were doing their job. Nothing more, nothing less. And he's been arrested. And they'll make up all kinds of defamatory things to say about him. That's what they're doing. This is how autocrats act. We can't fall for it. We have to speak up. When a red line is crossed like this, we cannot be silent. And I want...
Woohoo!
You want to say something? No.
Woohoo!
Okay. So I know Don Lemon. My husband created CNN, and I will fight for their right to speak, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. They arrested the wrong Don.
Did they arrest the wrong Don? I see some ones in the chat. Did they arrest the wrong Don? Jane Fonda, still alive. Or is it AI? AI. Jane Fonda said they arrested the wrong Don. Holy crap, Don Lemon admitted he turned the camera off while St. Paul Church attack planners gave critical information to their rioters. Even more proof, Lemon was not documenting, he was actively assisting them. Woo! Purpose of a podcast with the blast with the evidence. Purpose of a podcast with the blast with the evidence. I got the receipts and evidence. I got the receipts and the evidence. Double tap hit the like button, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I ain't seen the super chat since Sunday to Monday. Huh? Is it all brokies in my channel? Hit the super chat. Donate. Use the Cash App. $ Big D Rants. Hello. Holla back. Double tap, hit the like button, hit the plus sign to join. Let me see some gifts. Let me see some super chats. Let me see some Cash Apps. Let me see some subscriptions. Let me see some support and love. Let me see some support and love. Support and love. With the evidence. Double tap hit the like button with the #1 podcast. The #1 podcast has all of the evidence. Hashtag evidence in the chat. Hashtag evidence.
So they're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason, it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here.
Wow.
So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
white allies. Now, I was the first person to break the story on Renee Good. Before Alex Pretty, I broke the story on Renee Good. I said Renee Good had attended a Zoom call and she was trained. In her Zoom call training, yeah, they said that. They said that. Yeah, they said that. They said that. Renee Good had received training. I showed the pamphlet. The pamphlet said, put white bodies in front of federal agents. I was surprised. A lot of MAGA wasn't surprised. They knew the climate. They knew the Democrats use race. The Democrats use fear-mongering. So it made perfect sense to MAGA that ICE Watch would train Americans to use white bodies and write it down. Literally train it on the Zoom call. Use white bodies. Put white bodies in between you and federal agents. I read it. I showed you the pamphlet. So why do you keep seeing white people unalived? Minnesota ICE Watch, the organizers, the funding behind these protests, one of the training is put white bodies in front of federal agents. I showed you the pamphlet where it told these white people on to assault federal officers, be careful, if you use this tactic, you could be arrested for assaulting a federal officer or you could trigger the Leo response. What's up with your lazy bones in the building with the $5 super chat? Shout out to you, baby. Love you too, brother. Love you too. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. You at the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. Don Lemon has been arrested. Don Lemon is not the only one arrested. Now remember, this was a BLM event. Did you guys know that the church was BLM? Did you know BLM was involved in these protests? BLM there was a black woman by the name of Nakima. She's a lawyer and a Black Lives Matter socialist, communist activist. Did you know this? That was the black woman Don Lemon was with. Now, black people have not weighed in on the ICE protests because it ain't none of our damn business. Black Americans have stayed out of it. You don't see black people at protests. You don't. You don't see black people at that. You know, New York Times even wrote an article at the first No Kings protest. There was an article about the lack of black presence. You guys remember that? And here it is, Don Lemon and this black woman, BLM leaders, and they want to interrupt a church. Let's look at Don Lemon, and this is the evidence that's going to put him away.
So they're getting the operation.
Just to tee up the video, this is Don Lemon before they go into church. We're discussing Don Lemon arrested for violating the FACE Act. Shout out to Pam Bondi and Pam Bondi's DOJ. I'm presenting you evidence of why Don Lemon was arrested. Pam Bondi's DOJ have arrested Don Lemon and 8 others. 2 of them are black women BLM leaders. 2 of them are black women from the Black Lives Matter organization. These are the organizers, the 2 black women. One of them was so obese, police had to use handcuff extenders just to handcuff her. This is Don Lemon and those black women, BLM organizers outside of the church, planning to disrupt these people's constitutional right to worship their God. What you will hear Don Lemon say is, it is a reason why there are white people there. Don Lemon, I already told my audience. Don Lemon, I'm the real journalist. I showed my audience the pamphlet where ICE Watch is training individuals to use white bodies against federal officers. Listen and watch this video. Double tap the like button. Perfect on my podcast.
Together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are this for this reason looks that for this reason it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here. So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
Don Lemon organizing.
So they're getting the operation. Look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here. So that is.
Don Lemon is using the right terms, right? Don Lemon is using the right terms. He said there's a tactical advantage. There's an operation. He called it an operation, and the white people there are part of the tactic and strategy. What is that, Don Lemon? If it's an operation, I thought it was a protest. All morning I've been asking people, are these protests? All morning I've been asking people, are these protests? Sound like an operation to me, Don. Don Lemon said operation. This is an operation. That's what he said. Let's listen. And the white bodies are a tactic of the operation. That doesn't sound like a protest. Y'all put a one in the chat. Is this a protest? Is this a protest?
So they're getting the operation together again.
They're getting the operation together again. How many times does he say it? How many times did he call it an operation?
An operation that is secret.
Okay. Are we gonna play a drinking game? Y'all want to take a shot? You take a shot, I'll take a shot. You take a shot, I'll take a shot. Okay. How many times is he gonna say operation? Because it ain't a protest. I'm so happy he's helping me. Aren't you happy that the Democrats do all the work for us? I don't gotta argue with the trolls. Don Lemon said it ain't a protest.
So they're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There.
Can't tell you what's going to happen, even though I know what's going to happen. Don Lemon is going to jail, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you what's going to happen. Don Lemon said, I can't tell you what's going to happen, even though I know what's going to happen. That means you're going to jail, buddy. You're going to jail, buddy. You're going to jail, buddy.
That is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen.
A secret operation don't sound like a peaceful protest, and it don't sound legal. Secret operations sound criminal.
But you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason looks that for this reason it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're
another time, 4 or 5 times
doing today. It's important to have.
And anybody, can you put in the chat, what is MAGA coded? What does white people there? Why has it got to be race all the time with the Democrats? They're white Democrats. I don't understand. What does white people got to do with any of this shit? Why is white people related to MAGA coded? This is pissing me off. Anybody else pissed off with this shit? This is pissing me off. Pissing me off.
Allies, as they said, white allies here.
White allies.
So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here.
You should have reported that to the police. He has a duty to report that to the police if they're going to conduct something that's criminal and illegal, right? Y'all know reporters have a responsibility If he knew they were going to do something illegal and secretive, he had a right to report that to the police. He didn't report it to the police. Come on, y'all. What y'all think? Don Lemon under arrest.
But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
Everybody ready to go. Everybody ready to go. Fired up and ready to go.
So they're getting the
Don Lemon before going into church. I got you, Don. I got you, Don. I got you, Don. More anti-ICE protest footage right here. I got you, Don. We got him. We got him. Got him. The hashtag got him in the chat. Let's go.
And so out here, Casey, as you were saying, we are seeing, I mean, thousands and thousands of people. We've been standing on the corner here for the past 10 minutes. This crowd has not let up. It's just continuous. It's really a sign here that the people in this community, the people in Minneapolis, the people in Minnesota are not letting up. Despite, Tom Homan, the border czar, telling us yesterday that there's a drawdown, these people here don't believe it. They are out here. They are saying they want ICE out completely. There has been so much fear and frustration in this community, and you're seeing it by this response. I've covered many protests, especially in New York City, and I have to tell you, I've not seen a crowd like this before. I mean, it is 8 degrees out here. 8 degrees. It feels like 5. It is freezing, but nothing is stopping these people from coming out, holding these signs, coming together. I mean, you can see it. I mean, for several blocks, there are just people, deep rows of people with signs, and you can hear them chanting and you can see them. I don't even know where this ends. I was thinking we'd get an end here, but at this point, it's probably tens of thousands of people out here, Casey. It's just remarkable to see.
Yeah, Shimon, I'm going to stick with you for a second because we're seeing a pretty remarkable overhead shot of what you are seeing a piece of. And you can, in fact, really see exactly what you're describing, that you can't even really find an end to this. And
double tap at the like button, y'all. Double tap at the like button, y'all. #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. We are discussing ICE protest versus ICE rally. Don Lemon arrested for the FACE Act. You know what I love about Pam Bondi and my chat and the people who have negative things to say about Pam Bondi? It wasn't just the fact that Don Lemon was arrested. It's the fact that Don Lemon was arrested for the FACE Act. Can Pam Bondi put some respect on Pam Bondi's name, man? Put some respect on Pam Bondi's name, man, because she didn't come with some bullshit. Right? She arrested him for the FACE Act. People are screaming, F you, Karen Bass, as Los Angeles mayor leaves Don Lemon court hearing. Why is she at Don Lemon court hearing? Wouldn't be surprised if these are folks who lost their homes in the fire. That's a great comment. That's a great comment. So now remember, during the LA fires, she was in Africa. You can't make this shit up, man. She was on an African tour, and don't forget, they gave away fire engines to the Ukraine. So the mayor of LA was not even in Los Angeles when the fires broke out. They gave away fire engines to the Ukraine like they had extra engines. When we needed fire engines during the fire hydrants ran dry. They gave away fire trucks. I believe it was 9. They gave away, this is not, just months before the fire. Just months before the fire, LA gave away fire engines. She was in Africa. She had to come back. She had to come back to LA because of the fire. Gavin Newsom was in Davos recently. Davos, Switzerland. What the fuck is Gavin doing in Davos, Switzerland? He's the governor of California. Has anybody seen? Stop with the that name in my chat, you guys. Stop with that. Has anybody seen the brand new taxes in California? Gavin Newsom promised the taxes on gas would not go crazy. And all of a sudden now the reports are the gas taxes, the highway taxes. They want to track your GPS, how many miles you drive in California, and it could go up $4,000 per year just to drive a car in California. And now that's not including the fact that all oil refineries have left California. In 2026, Democrats voted for 800 brand new laws, including brand new gas taxes, when California has the highest gas prices in the world because we have the most unique gas because of Democratic liberal EPA, conservationists, right? Save the birds, save the whales. We got the only gas in America. It's the most expensive, the most taxes. They get new taxes, and they want to charge you for drive. Fucking Gavin Newsom's in fucking Davos, Switzerland, instead of focusing on fire engines, fire hydrants, and reservoirs. And she's at Don Lemon's fucking trial. This is your Democratic leadership. We can't make this shit up. Go to the video, perfect. Yes, I will. Here you go.
Step aside, please. Let the mayor come through.
Fuck you, Kevin! Fuck you! You're right, Mayor. You're right. Over here. There's a podium.
Hey, get over there. Don't do that over here. Don't do that over here.
Thank you. Fuck you, Karen Bass! Fuck you, Karen Bass! Fuck you, Karen Bass! Fuck you, Karen Bass!
Get everybody closer, please. Can we get everybody closer? Tighter, please. Here, come here.
Step aside, please. Let the
Karen Bass, just to tee up the video, Karen Bass leaving the Don Lemon arraignment.
Fuck you, Karen Bass! Fuck you! You're right, Mayor. You're right. Over here. There's a podium.
Hey, get over there. Don't do that over here. Don't do.
Not focusing on fires. Instead, he chose to to go to Don Lemon's arraignment as if he was justified in what he did. Let's hear from the LA mayor on these ICE protests. Purpose of my podcast with the Black. Double tap it. I know y'all love me. I know y'all. I know you love me. I know you love me. Let's go.
And I know that there have been arrests, and I believe they're up to about 5 arrests right now. And those arrests are for failure to disperse. You know, of course, that the overall reason.
Oh man, what happened? Oh man, what happened? We had it going, and then they don't take it back from it. I don't know what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep going. I don't want to go there. I want to do the Facebook one. Let's do the Facebook one. Okay, come on now.
Good evening. As I understand, right now the protests have they're pretty much beginning to disperse. However, I believe there's still about 150 people that are in an intersection. And I know that there have been arrests, and I believe they're up to about 5 arrests right now. And those arrests are for failure to disperse. You know, of course, that the overall reason for the protest.
They won't give it to me. They won't give it to me. Oh, they want you to come in. I'm not coming in, mate. I'm not coming in, mate. No, mate, I'm not coming in, mate. I'm just doing my thing, mate. They try to get you to log in and do all of this stuff. We not logging in, mate. No, we ain't doing that. They don't show you no love, man. I didn't play the here we go. I got one for us, man. Here.
and those arrests are for failure to disperse. You know, of course, that the overall reason for the protest today was in solidarity with Minneapolis, and that there.
ICE out protest. Mayor Bass speaks on demonstrations in downtown LA. And she talking about solidarity with mentally. This is gonna be classic, man. It was worth the wait. It's worth the wait. Hit the like button.
Protests all around the country. But then, of course, I know additional people came out because they were outraged at the arrest of Don Lemon here in our own city last night. I was in the courtroom with Mr. Lennon and observing what they had to say. And here you have a world-renowned reporter, Don Lemon. No one questions that he is a reporter. And for him to be arrested for doing his job and for them to attempt to restrict his ability to do his job was just an egregious misuse of our justice system. And I think about this every day, that this is the 250th year of our democracy. And I just wonder how much more our democracy will be eroded with this administration.
Oh my God. Y'all hear this shit? Y'all hear this shit? No, well, nothing about the FACE Act. Nothing about the rights of the parishioner. Only Don Lemon. The only one got rights in America. You can't make this shit up.
Have been injured or any damage to the properties in the area of the protest?
I've not heard of any damage. I've not heard of anybody that has been injured.
What about the buses that were being blocked? Were there passengers there? Were they able to?
I do believe that Metro was rerouting the bus routes, and I don't believe that bus routes, and I don't believe that there was vandalism to the buses. This again is ongoing right now, so something could have happened in the last few minutes that I'm not aware of.
You hear that? The ICE protesters are blocking buses. American citizens can't get home and get to work and get to school. And she ain't even acknowledging the unruly unrest. And these are no longer lawful, peaceful protests if they blocking public transportation. Let's go, MAGA.
Tell folks we are going to be seeing protests tomorrow on Sunday.
You know, I mean, I just have to say that I think the protests are extremely important. But it is equally important for these protests to be peaceful, for vandalism not to take place. That just hurts the city. That does not impact the administration in any kind of way that is going to bring about any type of change. However, I will say that what can happen if the protest gets violent, that is exactly what I believe this administration wants to see happen. Because then don't be surprised if the military re-enters our city. Peaceful protest is critical. I can only imagine what would happen to our democracy if people were not protesting right now. It is an American tradition. It is part of our rights, our First Amendment right, but it is not our right to tear up our city, to vandalize property, or to create any type of violence.
And can you tell us why there was an unlawful assembly and why the crowd was ordered to disperse?
What I saw originally, now again, this might have changed. Originally, there was a problem at the federal building. I know that tear gas was dispersed by the federal officers because they were blocking an entryway to a parking lot. I know that. And if there was any more after that in terms of clashes with LAPD, I don't believe that happened, but I am not sure. I don't have the facts.
Mayor, what type of strain does this put on the LAPD?
It puts tremendous strain. I mean, we're already struggling with the police department right now in terms of overtime costs. We are strapped in terms of the hiring and the number of officers that we have. So this just puts an incredible burden on our city. But I will tell you that peaceful protests, again, is a whole nother thing. When people protest peacefully, when you don't have to worry about officers being pelted with rocks or slingshots or any of that, that is an entirely different situation.
And is that what happened? Were objects being thrown to officers?
Yes, objects were being thrown at one point in time. Yes.
Thank you.
No, I do not. Thank you very much.
So she claims to not know. She claims to not know about the civil unrest that occurred, right? She claims to not know about the civil unrest that occurred. Let's give her. I don't know why she wouldn't know about this. Some of y'all may not have seen it, but she's referring that was a great reporter. Let's give that reporter some props. Journalism at its best. Shout out to all the journalists in the independent media, and got LA Mayor Bass to admit that there was civil unrest, unlawful, unpeaceful protests by her LA citizens that she keeps protecting, and that they assaulted agents. She claims she didn't know about it. Let's take a look. Thousands of protesters took to the street in Los Angeles as part of a nationwide demo against immigration and customs. These are them outside of the federal building in LA, where LA police had to finally, after they were told to stand down, disperse them. After they attacked and destroyed federal property, which you're watching right now. First time a podcast with the Blast. Double tap at the like button now. We just watched Mayor say she didn't know about this and that protests are important. Let's look at the contradiction.
Break the wall down! Break that down!
You may have heard about this dumpster. This is the infamous dumpster. This is how the day started. Some of you, and I'll play the video, at night, this is the same dumpster that you may have seen in viral videos. This dumpster was set on fire at night. In the daytime, what the protesters did, this is a legal, violent protest. They blocked the federal building's entrance with this metal dumpster that later was set on fire. No police. Nobody to help the federal officers, nobody, and this is their job and duty, right? There's a unspoken agreement between the federal government and the state and local. This is one country, one America, one nation under God. No police, no support, no backup from locals until it got to be completely unmanageable. And Mayor Karen Bass claims to not know or understand this part of her city's protests that she claims are so important.
Bring down every concentration camp!
Another angle of them blocking the entrance. You see the federal officers? They get pinned down. Police are standing down. They get pinned down. Police block roads in California City as nationwide protests against ICE continue. Civil unrest. They didn't interject until it became completely unmanageable. Now, we just played LA Mayor who said, oh, maybe there was this, maybe there was that. The protests are important and these are in response. These are in response to Minnesota. I don't think so. I think she can be held accountable. I think she can and should be held accountable. I think she can and should be held accountable. I got more for you. Don Lemon wasn't always so oblique on this issue. Don Lemon wasn't always so oblique on this issue. This is in 2020. Anderson Cooper and Don Lemon claimed that Trump supporters spread Epstein conspiracy theories because they are racist, bigots, and you know that other word, antiseptic. Cooper even defended Bill Clinton, saying he was on the Epstein flight list because he went to Africa. Let's take a look.
I think it's interesting when you look on the internet and you see the bigotry on the internet and the people who have been, you know, these conspiracy theories about QAnon and about Jeffrey Epstein. There's a picture of me on the internet, right, where someone has superimposed the face of Jeffrey Epstein over Chris Cuomo and I, like hanging out, and there are people who actually believe it. And people say, well, you know, not all Trump supporters are bigots or racists. Okay, fine, you can believe that. But when I look at all the people who put things like that on the internet, 99 times out of 100, it is a Trump supporter. So people should think about that as they are placing those things on the internet, as they are wearing political messages in the workplace as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
You're on it.
Yeah, I'm allegedly on it. Obviously, you know, if you want to see who was on that flight, there are court documents, and there's like a handful of people.
Run that back. I didn't know y'all wasn't watching, man. I love y'all.
I think it's interesting when you look on the internet and
Don Lemon, AC360, supporting, y'all hear it.
You see the bigotry on the internet and the people who have been, you know, these conspiracy theories about QAnon and about Jeffrey Epstein. There's a picture of me on the internet, right, where someone has superimposed the face of Jeffrey Epstein over Chris Cuomo and I, like hanging out, and there are people who actually believe it. And people say, well, you know, not all Trump supporters are bigots or racists. Okay, fine, you can believe that. But when I look at all the people who put things like that on the internet, 99 times out of 100, it is a Trump supporter. So people should think about that as they are placing those things on the internet, as they are wearing political messages in the workplace as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
You're on it.
Yeah, I'm allegedly on it. Obviously, you know, if you want to see who was on that flight, there are court documents, and there's like a handful of people whose names you might know who were. You know, who were ever on any flights of his. Alan Dershowitz, who I think was doing legal work for him. Bill Clinton has said he went to some flights to Africa. But again, this flight list, it's all just, but you know, QAnon, it's trafficking in age-old.
Anderson trying to. Hey, you guys, he did not deny being on the flight list. Did y'all hear that? Anderson, come on, Coop, baby. Cooper, baby. Man, one more time. I got to run that back, man. He just giggling and laughing. Hey, Coop, this did not age well. Coop, at this time, the man had already been found guilty 2 times. Come on, Coop. He was under investigation in 2020. He had been found guilty in 2028. When was he convicted the second time, y'all? Come on, Coop. Come on, Coop.
You know, who were ever on any flights of his. Alan Dershowitz, who I think was doing legal work for him. Bill Clinton.
So not only is Coop downplaying, not only is he downplaying and not denying he was on the plane, he just threw a hell of other people under the bus. He's like, I wasn't the only one on the plane. Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, we all was on the plane. We went to Africa. We had some African. I can't say it. Y'all gonna have to subscribe to the Patreon so I could go all the way in, man. So I could go all the way in. I gotta be good because we on YouTube. But I just want to point out the fact that Cooper, baby, he is condoning the fact that he was on the plane, not denying he was on the plane, right? Your favorite Democratic buddies, your cronies, but he decided to throw some more people under the bus. This does not age well, people. It's hilarious.
Okay, fine. You can believe that. But when I look at all the people who put things like that on the internet, 99 times out of 100, it is a Trump supporter. So people should think about that as they are placing those things on the internet, as they are wearing political messages in.
Bad Trump supporter. Bad Trump supporter. Bad Trump supporter exposing the Democrats hanging out. Look at that face. Look at them. Look at their eyes. Bad Trump supporter exposing you Democrats hanging out with Epstein on the plane. Oh, you horrible, horrible Republicans.
In the workplace as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
That you're on it.
Yeah, I'm allegedly on it.
Best podcast. Can I get you're on it in the chat? Can I get you're on it in the chat? You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. Oh my God.
There's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
That you're on it.
One more time. One more time.
Workplace as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
That you're on it.
Yeah.
Don't you love me? Don't you love me? Love me.
I'm allegedly on it. Obviously.
I'm allegedly. I'm allegedly on it. Did Anderson? Is Anderson on the list? Is Anderson on the list, y'all? Is Anderson allegedly? Yeah, I love it.
I'm allegedly on it. Obviously, you know, if you want to see who was on that flight, there are court documents, and there's like a handful of people whose names you might know who were, you know, who were ever on any flights of his. Alan Dershowitz, who I think was doing legal work for him. Bill Clinton has said he went to some flights to Africa.
Oh, these cats are the butt. Did you hear him stutter? Well, listen to this stutter. I can tell you're lying because when you deny it, you stutter. I can tell you're lying because when you're denying, you're stutter.
Ever on any flights of his.
I think it's interesting when you.
There are court documents. I'm allegedly on it. You know, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight.
I can tell you're lying because when you deny it, you stutter.
As they are wearing political messages in the workplace as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
That you're on it.
Yeah, I'm allegedly on it. Obviously, you know, if you want to see who was on that flight, there are court documents, and there's like a handful of people whose names you might know who were, you know, who were ever on.
I could tell you're lying because when you deny it, stutter.
On any flights of his. Alan Dershowitz, who I think was doing legal work for him. Bill Clinton has said he went to some flights to Africa. But again, this flight list, it's all just. But you know, QAnon, it's
fuck the list. Back to QAnon because he kept stuttering. He never denied. He just he threw people under the bus. He started stuttering. He said, "Fuck it, just go back to QAnon, man. Shit. Let's go back to QAnon." Wow. Oh my God, this is great.
Trafficking in age-old anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic.
What? I love him. That's deflection. We going to Catholic. Oh, he went to antiseptic. Oh man, he just changed the whole tenor. He said, "Get away from that, Epstein. Get away from that." Yeah, I love you, Coop. I love you, Coop. Oh, that was beautiful. Did y'all see that? He just said, "Fuck that. I'm talking about QAnon." One more time.
Like 100.
That you're on it.
Yeah, I'm allegedly on it. Obviously, you know, if you want to see who was on that flight, there are court documents, and there's like a handful of people whose names you might know who were, you know, who were ever on any flights of his. Alan Dershowitz, who I think was doing legal work for him. Bill Clinton has said he went to some flights to Africa. But again, this flight list, it's all just. But you know, QAnon, it's trapped.
What a segue. He's the best. Can we give Anderson some props? He said this flightless, and he links it directly with QAnon. You know,
But QAnon, it's all just. But QAnon, it's trafficking in age-old anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, anti-immigrant tropes of there's this cabal of Jewish bankers who are controlling the world monetary system. It's essentially kind of an offshoot of that, saying that this is a cabal of sex traffickers who drink the blood of children. And
is he defending Jeffrey Epstein? I think I just exposed a video of Anderson Cooper defending Jeffrey Epstein, his ties to foreign governments, and his alleged prostitution or blackmail ring. And he's linking the Jeffrey Epstein theories that we all know now to be true in 2025 to QAnon and conspiracy. Anderson Cooper, this does not age well. He is saying that what we know with 3.5 million files released, Coop, poor Coop, shit. Coop, there's an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein about Bill Gates and Bill Gates needing antibiotics for his wife because Bill Gates allegedly. And you listen, is he defending and condoning? Listen,
sex traffickers who drink the blood of children and worship Satan. I mean, it's insane.
And the president condones it and promotes it and gives authority to it by.
So they're saying this is how Jeffrey Epstein got away with it for so long. If you guys are wondering, these are your Democratic leaders saying, "Oh, don't believe in that Jeffrey Epstein's." That's QAnon, and they muddy the waters with the other weird stuff.
Jewish bankers who are controlling the world monetary system. It's essentially kind of an offshoot of that, saying that this is a cabal of sex traffickers who drink the blood of children.
But that's what we found out. There is a cabal of sex traffickers. That's what we found. Oh my God. That's what we found out. That's what we found out. This did not age well. That's what we found out. There is a cabal of sex traffickers. That's the truth. We got 3.5 million pages. What is he saying? He's defending Jeffrey Epstein. I broke the story. I'm the best.
To worship Satan. I mean, it's insane.
And the president condones it and promotes it and gives authority to it by.
And he arrested Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump went after Epstein, and Donald Trump arrested Epstein. Can we get some props on Donald Trump's name? Can y'all believe these guys, man? Can y'all believe these guys? Best podcast, man. Best podcast on you. Can y'all believe these guys, man? I can't believe these guys, man. Can y'all believe these guys, man? It's just sad. Sick and sad, man. Sick and y'all like that did not age well. That did not age well. Huh? That did not age well at all. That did not age well. Let's do another one. I just can't. These guys, and they just make up and say anything. Double tap. I see the chat going crazy. Thank you, guys. Everybody, big favor right now. Everybody watching right now, go ahead and hit the like button. Do me a big favor right now. Everybody watching right now, go ahead and hit the like button. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Double tap.
Nobody else is gonna say it, but I am, because I don't give two shits. My kids are at home. It's like this. If you believe your 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old is old enough to make a political decision to walk out of school and go out and protest or set riot and tear up the community, then on the same note, them little motherfuckers can be charged as an adult. If they are able, you feel they are able to make adult decisions, you could charge their fucking ass as an adult. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, they were just a kid and they made a bad. Fuck your feelings. They ain't no just a kid. You cannot pick and choose when you want to be an adult. You want to act like an adult, you will be treated as said an adult. And any of you motherfuckers run through a motherfucker store, you should be charged with trespassing as a felony. You should be charged with destruction of property, creating a disturbance. You should be hit with everything as a fucking full-fledged adult. And it is what it is. Your parents should have to come bond you the fuck out like an adult and you should have to face charges and stand in court because you feel you're a fucking adult. Fuck your feelings. You want to act like an adult? We should be allowed to treat you like one. It is what it is. If you don't like that, fuck your feelings. You just ain't American.
How y'all feel about that? How y'all feel about that? We got high school kids, high school 17-year-old be getting charged as an adult. Shit, and I showed video of them walking through a Walmart. Huh? I showed video of them going through a Walmart, disrupting. Should they be charged as adults? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree they should be charged as adults. I'm of the inclination that they should be charged as adults. Jeffrey Epstein, DOJ releases 3.5 million pages of Epstein documents. The U.S. Department of Justice fulfilled a mandate from Epstein Files Transparency Act signed by President Trump last November by releasing over 3 million pages on Friday. The final batch covers Epstein's Florida and New York cases, Ghislaine Maxwell trial, his death investigation, and FBI probes. Hosted on an age-restricted site with over 2,000 videos and 180 images, unverified public tips in the files allege abuse involving figures like Clinton and others, but the DOJ stressed many are fake or unfounded, especially sensational claims against our president from before the 2020 election. Other details include Epstein's 2013 emails about Bill Gates and an uncorroborated report on Trump. While experts note the materials are raw investigative leads, not proven crimes. Double tap hit the like button. Number one geopolitical debate on YouTube. We getting into the Epstein files. Blocked by age restriction. DOJ has just killed the link. This is what was there. This is from Jake Trapper. You got some highlights. I know a lot of you may have seen and heard some of this stuff here. Let me see if I can make this is from the tip line. Where they say people called in. This is the complaint. This is the response. This is the criminal history. Reported unidentified perform on president 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis she was approximately, this occurred, and who identified blank as friend. Led was sent to Washington office conduct results matching name, date of birth, criminal history. So this is some of what you have, some of these complaints here. Jake Trapper is highlighting specific things that he wanted to call out here. You know what side Jake Trapper is on. Again, caller talking about something committed against them, claims to be captured, references Lisa Marie Presley, I don't know why, the British family, and a couple other people. No contact made, lives in Australia, called the Sydney hotline, no date of birth, so this was unverifiable. This hotline looks like they had a hotline in Sydney, SDNY. Oh, I thought that was, oh man, y'all could make a joke. Somebody hit me with a laugh, but I said Sydney. Did I might have to cut that out. Because y'all know the trolls be getting on me, man. SDNY, that's Letitia James. Those were the people going after Trump with the 34 felonies. So they opened up a hotline. Remember, Tony Dugsby, what was his name? Tony Busby opened up a hotline on Diddy. Remember that? Opened up a hotline on Diddy. You take people, Jay-Z, Push T, if they ever found, who is this, told the truth, they would go to jail. Kanye West is never wrong. Kanye West.
We love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much. If you take people like Jay-Z and fucking Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up for our?
Now, JT, it's so funny that people pick this video, you guys, because Jay-Z and Pusha T, I said JT, that's funny, I combined it there. Jay-Z and Pusha T are in the 3 million Epstein file release. So Kanye West is the GOAT. Can we say Kanye West goated in the chat? Sometimes when you go, things age well. When you Anderson Cooper, they don't age well. Kanye West is the GOAT, so his shit age well. Jay-Z and Pusha T are in the 3.5 million file release. I can't make it up. It's the truth.
If you take people like Jay-Z and fucking Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up for our people? You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, Beyonce had the best for somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No, if they told the truth, they'd go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have liars.
Man.
Liars are now the face of our culture. If you take people like
Wow. Wow. Liars are now the face of our culture. And then it comes out that both of them are in the Epstein file dump. Let's hear that again. Kanye West, Jay-Z, Pusha T in the Epstein files.
If you take people like Jay-Z and fucking Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up for our people? You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, Beyonce had the best for somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No, if they told the truth, they'd go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have liars.
Man.
Liars are now the face of our culture.
Put a one in the chat if you agree with Kanye West. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Kanye West. Kanye said now we have liars as the leaders, purveyors of the culture. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Kanye West. We going in today. Epstein, 3.5 million files released. Jay-Z and Pusha T in the Epstein files. Jay-Z and Pusha T in the Epstein files. Double tap, hit the like button. Donald Trump accused of some heinous stuff in the Epstein files. Bill Gates caught allegedly from hooked up with some Russian girls. At the end of 2012, Elon Musk emailed Jeffrey Epstein asking if he had any parties planned as Elon needed to let loose. Now, this is after 2008 conviction. This you can't make this stuff up. After the 2008 conviction, people still hanging out partying with Epstein. Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. This is Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein wrote back, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make Tallulah uncomfortable. That's his wife, his ex-wife today, right? He's talking about the ratio of men to women, right? This is what's being exposed in the $3.5 million Epstein file dump here on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Everybody watching right now, double tap, hit the like button. New Epstein files production features numerous allegations made against Trump and others. We saw that. Guess who's not in the Epstein Island files? Oh, man.
Something that confuses people. I truly agree with you. Satanism and cult services, sorcerers, this is nonsense. That is something that confuses people, brings them to darkness, and affects them greatly. Affects their psyche, their morale, and we need to fight against it, but do it carefully without violating human rights. Your colleagues have mentioned it.
Putin. Who's not in the Epstein files? Putin. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Who is not in the Epstein files? Putin, right? Just going through some stuff here. Jay-Z has officially been named in the Epstein files along with Pusha T. So we just going through were you okay? This is another email. So You know, we just going through it, man. We just going through it, man. We just going through it. We just going through it, man. We showing it right now, man. Let's get into some more. This is the government discussing the file dump. The government discussing the file dump. Don Lemon's being prosecuted. Children walking out of schools. Epstein files. So many distractions. Stay tuned and subscribe to Perfect Timing Podcast so you can be abreast of all the issues geopolitically and domestically. Let's go. Thank you, YouTube. Guard your privacy. Abide by the community guidelines. This is the greatest. I want to say I love all my friends who are watching me and hit the like button. Truly appreciate it.
Today, we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the Act. Just a quick note about the videos and images. The 2,000 videos and 180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him did not take. Some of the videos, though, and some of the images do appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or by others around him. Today, we are producing more than 3 million.
President Trump signed this act into law, and now he has made true on the law. And now, never again can people say in the chat, release the files, because President Trump made it a law and he has released the files.
Today, we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the Act. Just a quick note about the videos and images. The 2,000 videos and 180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him.
Shout out to Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, DOJ for releasing the files. Fresh breaking video, Don Lemon after court. I got Don Lemon coming out of court. Don Lemon being arrested for violating the FACE Act. Double tap, hit the like button. Who is the bot? Mike who? Mike who? Who's the bot? I'll get him. Who's the bot? Double tap. Hey, Go P, man. Go P, what's up with you? Go P, I didn't even see you, man. Go P, I've been doing my thing, man. Go P, what's up with you, man? How you doing, man? Yeah, man, Go P got that wrench. Y'all better be careful. Go P got that wrench. Let's go, man. Don Lemon speaks outside of the courthouse. Breaking news. Don Lemon speaks outside of the courthouse. Don Lemon, Anderson Cooper condoning the Jeffrey Epstein. I got so much hot like fire, so much hot receipts and evidence. Can I get a hashtag? Evidence. So much evidence has been displayed on this podcast today. It's actually a podcast marvel. I mean, when the podcast awards come around and they talk about podcasters who lay out the evidence in the argument, you gotta talk it about Perfect Timing Podcast. Let's go with the evidence.
I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Do y'all agree with that? Let's break it down. We're going to watch it again, and then we're going to break it down as we watch it again, right? We're going to watch it again, and then we're going to break it down as we watch it again. Huh?
I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because
he has no idea what's going on. How many people agree with that sentiment? Because I played video. I may go back to it. I may not. I played video of him with BLM organizers outside of the church as he listened to intimate details of what exactly was going to go on. Do you believe the lies? I said I just played video of Don Lemon outside of the church with BLM leaders as they discussed the intimate details, including Don Lemon saying why there are so many white people. Why there's so many white people, Don? Well, Don said there were so many white people because that is part of the operation. Huh? Let me say there's so many white people because that was part of the operation. Huh? That's what he said. I just gotta be honest about what's going on. He said he don't know what's going on. Don Lemon said he don't know what's going on. Let's remind the people, let's remind Don Lemon of what the front door is going on. Since Don Lemon is clueless.
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So,
but there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yes. Okay. That's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
unless you're here to worship. Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here.
So Don Lemon said he don't know what's happening. Remember, Don Lemon said he don't know what's happening and why this is happening, right? I just wanted to remind my audience, right, of good journalism. This is good journalism. What I'm doing right here is the podcast nominee of the year. I'm the podcaster of the darn year. This is good journalism. I'm doing good journalism. I'm doing good journalism, Don, because you said you don't remember. You don't know why this is happening, why you got arrested, Don. I am giving you the reason why. I'm showing my audience. This is journalism, Don. Let's listen to it again. Don don't know what's going on.
Everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything.
He don't know nothing. Everybody at home. This is what's going on, Don. This is what's going on, Don. See, this is you. Everybody at home. Don't you love me? Don't you love me? Love me, Don. This is you, Don. Circle around the beanie cap and your little peanut head, Don. This is you interrupting church, Don. And you were outside before this, Don, with the BLM, with the socialist Marxist BLM leadership, Don, in white bodies. Now you're interrupting the pastor. This is you, Don. This is what we're talking about, Don. This is what happened, Don. See, Don don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. I know how to do journalism, Don. I help you out, Don. We're going to help him out this morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to help Don out. We're going to help Don out. Don Lemon.
I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
He looks forward. Let's break it down. Look, we got him. We got him, y'all. We got him. He said he looked forward to his day. We do too, Don, because we do real journalism.
And you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful. It's very slippery right here.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But that's what really careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so, look, hugging his kid.
Just to tee this up, y'all know you guys are watching the #1 podcast on YouTube for this type of geopolitical, domestic political debate and discussion. Just to tee this up, as Don Lemon whines and cries outside of court, he's not whining and crying for this child. Don Lemon starts the video by saying he's hugging his child and acknowledging how uncomfortable this can be for a child who has a right to worship. Huh? But Don Lemon is acting innocent and he's oblivious to what is going on. Let's play the video, Don. Let's remind Don of what he did.
Look, hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful. It's very slippery right here.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But that's what really careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so, look, hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But
he's hugging his kid, and I imagine it's traumatic for the people here. But
again,
what does he
careful.
say?
It's very slippery right here.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But that's what really careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so,
protesting is about traumatizing children and making children uncomfortable. How many of you agree with Don Lemon? How many of you agree? Because a lot of you seem to agree with Don Lemon. Don Lemon just said protest is about making children traumatized and uncomfortable. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to play it again just so you don't think I'm making it up. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm going to play it again. He said, listen, this is Don Lemon's words. This is not my words. I'm just doing the journalism. I'm doing good journalism. That's why you watching me. I'm doing good research, good journalism. Do you believe that peaceful protest under the American Constitution is to traumatize children at church?
for the people here, but that's what really careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so,
that's what protesting is about.
really careful, please. Really slippery. And careful, it's very slippery right here.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's, and careful, it's very slippery right here.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. I'm not putting any words in his mouth, brothers and sisters. I'm not putting any words in his mouth, brothers and sisters. This is Don Lemon saying it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but it's okay. He thinks he has a legal right to traumatize parishioners. That somehow is protected by law. How many people think Don Lemon? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Don Lemon. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Don Lemon. Just be bold enough now. Be all day today. Don't wait till I get you in the corner. Don't wait till I put you in a damn corner. Don't wait. Don't be quiet now. Don't be quiet now. He said traumatize children, and to further compound his statement at church while in a sanctuary. While in a sanctuary, Don Lemon agrees protest is okay to traumatize American children while at church worshiping their God.
Again, careful, it's very slippery right here.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about.
That's what protesting is about. That's what.
I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again,
let's shine a light on the truth. Shine a light on yourself. Let's shine a light. He said there's no more important thing than to shine the light on the truth. Double tap at the like button. If you haven't subscribed, I don't know what you're doing. If you haven't subscribed, I do not know what you're doing. You're watching the number one guy, the black guy with the tight eyes. If you haven't subscribed, what are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? You're at the place to be. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Do what you're supposed to do. Double tap, hit the like button, and subscribe. Let's give Don Lemon what he asked for.
When I first saw the video that Don Lemon himself put out about his conduct that day, it was clear to me that we had the predicates for pursuing FACE Act and conspiracy.
Assistant Attorney General, just to tee up the video, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Shout out to Megan Kelly, Fair Use, Perfect Time Podcast. Don Lemon wants the truth. Don Lemon wants justice, and we want justice. Let's give it to him.
When I first saw the video that Don Lemon himself put out about his conduct that day, it was clear to me that we had the predicates for pursuing FACE Act and conspiracy. We did our homework, sent prosecutors there to the ground, took affidavits, took evidence. They buttressed the case that we could witness from Lemon's own testimony and statements and admissions against interest in his own videos. And we
today, DOJ is pursuing charges on Don Lemon.
Have aggressively and very rapidly sought legal process. We're going to pursue this to the ends of the earth. When I first saw...
This ain't no joke, Don Lemon. This ain't no joke, Don Lemon. They ain't playing with you. They have done a thorough investigation. This is a federal. What's the conviction rate of the feds, y'all? This ain't no local. Just because the mayor showed up, that ain't gonna help you. You're gonna need a Democrat to vote for you. You're gonna need a Democrat because this is a federal charge. SDNY went after Trump with 36 felonies. Fannie Willis went after Trump with a RICO. Yeah, man, you have to deal with this. The DOJ is not gonna let up on you, brother. The DOJ is not gonna let up on you. You're gonna have to deal with this. They got evidence.
He violated the FACE Act and 18 U.S. Code Section 241, among others.
You think he used for? Yeah, well, look, just because you know the number of the statute, bravo, you probably know the acronym.
I just read the
also,
indictment.
but they also want to.
Evidence. Chris Cuomo. Remember, Chris Cuomo was his friend. Remember Don Lemon 2020, they was hugged up. Don Lemon was hugged up with Cuomo. I didn't know Cuomo got down like that. Get down with the get down. Get down. Get down with your bad ass. I didn't know Cuomo got down like that. Chris Cuomo discussing Don Lemon arrest and FACE Act prosecution on the Perfect Time Podcast. Hit the like button. Like, share, and subscribe. All of my friends, let's build a community. Start by hitting the like button. Number 2, subscribe. Number 3, join the channel. Number 4, support via Super Chat and Cash App. I love you.
The president just arrested 2 journalists. Now I think that he's almost in double down mode. I thought he was in de-escalate mode. Now he's having journalists arrested.
Well, he arrested journalists for committing crimes and then filming themselves committing crimes and then talking and admitting on camera to committing those crimes. So, you know, just because you say you're a journalist doesn't mean he violated the FACE Act and 18 U.S. Code Section 241, among others.
You think he used for? Yeah, well, look, just because you know the number of the statute, bravo, you probably know the acronym.
I just read the
also,
indictment.
But they also want to throw the Ku Klux Klan Act after him. The indictment, as a lawyer, let me tell you, not an impressive document. And you should read
the 2
into
lawyers
why
you
that
just
felony
had on,
complaint
Chris,
that they tried originally got signed. Well, no, they're worried. They're worried about the application. They're worried about the application.
They like Don Lemon.
How did Don Lemon or Georgia Fort use force or intimidation? How did they use force
Chris.
or intimidation? Fundamental part of the mens rea of that statute. How?
Okay. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. They just asked a question. They said, how did Don Lemon use force? Huh? How did Don Lemon use? How did Don Lemon use force? Let's look. He won't let the pastor leave. The pastor looks like uncomfortable. Is this look like, number one, the pastor did not submit to this interview. The pastor continues to ask him to leave. He won't leave. What do you think? What do you guys think? Is this interview something that the pastor wanted to do, or is Don Lemon has broken into the church, interrupted service, and now is forcing the pastor to answer his questions under pressure?
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So,
but there were folks who will.
That's what, I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here.
Please don't push me. Y'all got the evidence. Y'all make up your own mind.
Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay,
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
unless you're here to worship. Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here. Well, we're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Just to back up my argument, just to bolster my argument. That's all I'm doing. I'm doing the real journalism. Don Lemon does not do real journalism. Double tap at the like button. I'm doing the real journalism, not Don Lemon.
Or Georgia Fort use force or intimidation? How did they use force or intimidation? Fundamental part of the mens rea of that statute. How?
Chris, I think it's laudable that you want to defend your friend. Don Lemon said on camera that the purpose of the event that he was actively participating in was to traumatize people. And he said that is good. That is what.
Ah, they listening to us, y'all. They listening to me. They try to bite me, man. They try to bite. I told you I'm doing good journalism. Didn't I just say that? Ooh, don't try to sound like me, man. Don't try to sound like me, man. Oh, man, y'all watching the best channel, man. Y'all hear it right here. Y'all know y'all watching the best channel.
Camera that the purpose of the event that he was actively participating in was to traumatize people. And he said that is good. That is what that is for. He went in there. He admitted on camera. You're believing the woman who organized it for some reason. You're not believing Don Lemon, your own friend. He said that he knew a secret. He knew about what they were doing in advance. He wouldn't say it on camera. He served coffee to his fellow activists in there. He violated the FACE Act. He conspired against rights. Very important point. You cannot claim First Amendment protections while you actively violate the First Amendment rights of others. My friend Chris Bell, his wife Joan Bell, was in prison for 27 months over this for an abortion clinic.
I like that. Let's listen to that last part again, because this may be what ends up happening to Don Lemon. Did you guys catch that last part? Listen to this last part.
Don Lemon, your own friend. He said that he knew a secret. He knew about what they were doing in advance. He wouldn't say it on camera.
I reported that too. He knew a secret, and the KKK part of the charge is Don Lemon is the one who said white people. Remember the video? Don Lemon is the one who said there was a secret reason to the operation, a tactical advantage that white people would give them. That's why there is this racial clause to the lawsuit. Because Don Lemon and the BLM activists purposely use white people and race. Now listen to this last part.
He served coffee to his fellow activists in there. He violated the FACE Act. He conspired against rights. Very important point. You cannot claim First Amendment protections while you actively violate the First Amendment rights of others.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. One more time. Ding, ding, ding. I've been saying that for a week.
Protections while you actively violate the First Amendment.
Let me hear that.
He conspired against
didn't
vice
know where he was
president. It's a very
going.
important point. You cannot claim First Amendment protections while you actively violate the First Amendment rights of others. My friend Chris Bell, his
Journalists
wife Joan
are
Bell, was in
aware.
prison for 27 months over this for an abortion clinic.
That part. Did y'all hear that? Can I get hashtag that part in the chat? He said a fellow journalist, colleague, and friend did 27 months for the same thing at an abortion clinic. That is powerful. Listen to that again. That is so powerful. Don Lemon arrested for the FACE Act. He may do time up to 27 months. Let's listen.
The president just arrested 2 journalists. Now I think that he's almost in double down mode. I thought he was in de-escalate mode. Now he's having journalists arrested.
Well, he arrested journalists for committing crimes and then filming themselves committing crimes and then talking and admitting on camera to committing those crimes. So, you know, just because you say you're a journalist doesn't mean he violated the FACE Act in 18 U.S. Code Section 241, among others.
You think he used force? Yeah, well, look, just because you know the number of the statute, bravo, you probably know the acronym.
I just read the
also,
indictment.
but they also want to throw the Ku Klux Klan Act after him. The indictment, as a lawyer, let me tell you, not an impressive document, and you should read into why that felony complaint that they tried originally got signed. Well, no, they're worried. They're worried about the application. They're worried about the application.
They like Don Lemon.
How did Don Lemon or Georgia Fort use force or intimidation? How did they use force or intimidation? Fundamental part of the mens rea of that statute. How?
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So,
but there were folks who
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution, the First Amendment to freedom.
Did y'all see that? That's the first time Don Lemon stops him. You see, Don Lemon is physically, as everybody watching this, double tap, hit the like button, friends. #1 podcast on YouTube. No one's giving you this breakdown. Let's do it in slow motion. That's the first time Don Lemon stops him physically. Let's do it in slow motion. Don Lemon is stopping him physically. That's the first time he said, wait. You see him right here. You see Don Lemon's hand back here on the Reverend. No one else is giving you this. Right here, Don Lemon is not physically.
Listen, we live in there's a.
See the arm come up. Does everybody see Don Lemon's arm come up and physically touch the Reverend? Is everybody watching this together? I'm breaking it down physically.
Constitution, the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom.
The arm goes down. The arm goes down, and the pastor is looking at him surprised. This motherfucker just put his hands on me.
To assemble and protest. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus.
So now he has his hand on him to create space. Because Don Lemon has already become physical.
That's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ. I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though. We're here.
Please don't push me. And then he gets up on him closer. Is this force?
We're here to worship Jesus. Yeah. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about. Do you think Jesus would be understanding and we're about love these folks? We're about spreading the love of Jesus. But did you try to talk to them as a no one is willing to talk? Okay.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think? In slow-mo. What do y'all think? I say Don Lemon forced himself on this pastor, and I even showed where he physically assaulted him.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked this. What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So, but there were folks who I have to take care of my.
That's the first time. First time he telling him, leave me alone. I need to take care. He doesn't leave.
Listen, we live in a.
But listen, and then he physically, I need you guys to really download this. I need you guys to really download this. The pastor says, leave me alone. I got to take care of my flock. Don Lemon physically assaults him and forces him to answer the, thank you, Cuomo. Thank you, Cuomo, for even bringing it up, because I don't think we would have done this deep dive. I would not have done this deep dive if Cuomo didn't bring this up. Thank you, Cuomo. Let's look at Don Lemon use force.
There were folks who will say, I have to take care of my flock. Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution.
Okay, but listen. And then you see the arm come up. Y'all want to see it in slow-mo? Let's watch it in slow-mo. Let's watch it in slow-mo. Okay, but listen. Let's watch it in slow-mo.
But there were folks who will say, I have to take care of my flock. Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution.
But listen. And then he physically puts his hands on the reverend. Is that force? I'm arguing yes. I'm arguing yes. I think Don Lemon forced himself on the pastor.
Like that they tried originally got signed. Well, no, they're worried. They're worried about the application. They're worried about the application.
They like Don Lemon.
How did Don Lemon or Georgia Fort use force or intimidation? How did they use force or intimidation? Fundamental part of the mens rea of that statute. How?
Chris, I think it's laudable that you want to defend your friend. Don Lemon said on camera that the purpose of the event that he was actively participating in was to traumatize people. And he said that is good. That is what that is for. He went.
Didn't he say that? Let me look. Do we need to show that too?
People here, but again, careful. It's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please. Really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so, look, he's hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but
uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But that's what protest is about. That's what Don Lemon said. Just in case you guys think fake news and he's making up stuff. No, I'm supporting him. I got the video of Don Lemon, of everything that he did. I got him. I got his back. MAGA, we not playing.
That the purpose of the event that he was actively participating in was to traumatize people. And he said that is good. That is what that is for. He went in there, he admitted on camera, you're believing the woman who organized it for some reason. You're not believing Don Lemon, your own friend. He said that he knew a secret. He knew about what they were doing in advance. He wouldn't say it on camera. He served coffee to his fellow activists in there. He violated the FACE Act. He conspired against rights. Very important point. You cannot claim First Amendment protections while you actively violate the First Amendment rights of others.
You cannot claim First Amendment protections while you actively violate the First Amendment of others.
Very important point. You cannot claim First Amendment protections while you actively violate the First Amendment rights of others.
Y'all heard that? Now listen to this last part, because this may be how this becomes adjudicated.
My friend Chris Bell, his wife Joan Bell, was in prison for 27 months over this for an abortion clinic.
In prison for 27 months for an abortion clinic. Who thinks Don Lemon gets arrested and does time? Who thinks Pam Bondi, DOJ? Because remember, these are not local charges that can be just, you know, a lot of the things that's been happening has been liberal appointed judges, right? Judge appointed by Biden. No, this is federal charges, federal judge, Pam Bondi, DOJ, and the federal prosecution with a 90% conviction rate. This ain't good for Don Lemon, ladies and gentlemen. This ain't good for Don Lemon with a 90% conviction rate, right? And he just said his friend got 27 months. 27 months. What do y'all think happens to Don Lemon? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Don Lemon gets prosecuted.
The president just arrested 2 journalists. Now I think that he...
Put a 1 in the chat if you think Don Lemon does any time. Do you think Don Lemon does any time? Huh? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Don Lemon does any time. What y'all think? Jane Fonda, Don Lemon responding. Put a 1 in the chat. I think Don Lemon gonna do some time. I think Don Lemon gonna do some time. I think Don Lemon gonna do some time, y'all. When he said that 27 months, I think Don Lemon may be looking at some time, man. What y'all think? Put a one in the chat. Does Don Lemon do some time? I think Don Lemon go to jail, man. I think Don Lemon may get caught up. What y'all think, man? What else we got? Let's see. Let me see. I showed y'all Don Lemon outside. What else do we got with Don? Let's go to this. We got more Don Lemon. We got more Don Lemon. You know I ain't gonna let you down. You know I ain't gonna let you down. All the way down to Don Lemon Town. I think he does time, man. I think he does time, man. Straight up. Straight up.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Black people.
I think Don Lemon is going to jail. I think Don Lemon is going to jail, ladies and gentlemen. I think, let's watch this again. I think Don Lemon is going to jail. I hate to say it. Let's watch it again.
Brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live.
Who the best podcast? I just want to say I'm delivering. I'm delivering on why you should donate. Hit the Cash App, hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. Your boy is here to deliver, man. I'm like the mailman. I get it done, man. I deliver, man. I deliver, man. Don't leave your girl around me. True player for real. I deliver, baby. I deliver. That's what I do. That's what I do. I deliver. That's all I know to do is to deliver.
Go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead. All right, so is this ready to pull the trigger? We can get Trump in a second. Janet.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. If you were silent when grandmas were arrested under the FACE Act for praying outside abortion clinics, spare me your tears over Don Lemon's arrest. Remember, I just said that the gentleman that we were just watching said his peoples got arrested for the same thing at an abortion clinic. Let's go here. Let's go here. This is one of those TikTok. So it says, if you were silent when grandmas were arrested under the FACE Act for praying outside abortion clinics, spare me your tears over Don Lemon's arrest. Thank you, you beautiful, beautiful white woman. And we do love the white women. We do love the white women. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because we just was talking about that. So she did a good job bringing that up. We are talking about we are on this Don Lemon today. We are on this Don Lemon today. And we are getting your take in the chat right now. We are asking to hear from you in the chat right now. We want your take on the Don Lemon arrest. Okay, we want your take on the Don Lemon arrest. Do you believe he will be successfully prosecuted by the Pam Bondi DOJ? And will he actually serve any time? And put that contextually against the fact that we are bringing up the fact that journalists and grandmothers have successfully been prosecuted for the FACE Act and done time.
They arrested Don Lemon. Somebody went, yes, like good. I don't know. I
didn't hear him.
It's not good to arrest him. I don't, you know.
Well, I'm going to say he violated the FACE Act. He went into a church, disrupted their worship, and then later in an interview compared them to white supremacists. That's not journalism. That's activism. I had an experience with Don Lemon.
Getting arrested?
Disrupting a worship service, stopping people's right to worship God. That is violation of the FACE Act. And under the Biden administration, pro-lifers were sent to prison up to 11 years for praying in front of an abortion clinic, and they were convicted under the FACE Act.
Did y'all hear that? Double tap hit the like button. We are discussing Don Lemon arrest and potentially going to jail. Now I said 27 months. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG, and she's another beautiful white woman, and she stepped down because she didn't have the support of MAGA. And she's talking about Don Lemon violated the FACE Act, and he potentially going to be prosecuted and go to jail. Federal judge, federal prison, federal court, federal probation. Let's go.
They arrested Don Lemon. Somebody went, yes, like good. I don't know. I
didn't hear him.
It's not good to arrest him. I don't, you know.
Well, I'm going to say he violated the FACE Act. He went into a church, disrupted their worship, and then later in an interview compared them to white supremacists. That's not journalism. That's activism. I had an experience with Don Lemon.
Getting arrested?
Disrupting a worship service, stopping people's right to worship God. That is violation of the FACE Act. And under the Biden administration, pro-lifers were sent to prison up to 11 years for praying in front of an abortion clinic, and they were convicted under the FACE Act. So I don't think that's journalism. That's not First Amendment, going in and harassing people in the middle of church. And, you know, Don Lemon came to my office with the Tesla takedown guy that organized it, and we had to call Capitol Police.
Okay, but can we just charge him with not cool, man?
I completely support it.
Put a one in the chat if you support the arrest of Don Lemon for violating the FACE Act. Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though she's no longer with MAGA, she did an excellent job of articulating the legal argument against Don Lemon and the fact that under the Biden, see, what is good for the goose is good for the gander, and it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Can I get hashtag got him in the chat?
They arrested Don Lemon. Somebody went, yes, like good. I don't know. I
didn't hear him.
It's not good to arrest him. I don't, you know.
Well, I'm going to say he violated the FACE Act. He went into a church, disrupted their worship, and then later in an interview compared them to white supremacists. That's not journalism. That's activism. I had an experience with Don Lemon.
Getting arrested?
Disrupting a worship service, stopping people's right to worship God. That is violation of the FACE Act. And under the Biden administration, pro-lifers were sent to prison up to 11 years for praying in front of an abortion clinic, and they were convicted under the FACE Act. So I don't think that's journalism. That's not First Amendment, going in and harassing people in the middle of church. And, you know, Don Lemon came to my office with the Tesla takedown guy that organized it, and we had to call Capitol Police.
Okay, but can we just charge him with not cool, man?
I completely support it.
Do you support the arrest of Don Lemon? Shout out to MTG. She stepped down. She's no longer running. Do you support the arrest of Don Lemon? Do you believe he violated the FACE Act? Put a one in the chat right now. Do you believe Don Lemon violated the FACE Act? Put a one in the chat right now. Did you guys hear about Donald Trump threatens to sue Trevor Noah over a Grammys rose? During the show, Noah joked that Trump wants to buy Greenland because Epstein Island is gone. Trump responded on Truth Social calling Noah talentless, dope, and promising legal action. Let's listen to the joke. Let me know in the chat if you think it landed well, and then we're going to read Truth Social from Donald Trump. Trevor Noah hosting the Grammys, insulting our president. Trevor Noah, is he protected by temporary TPS? Is Trevor Noah here under TPS? You know what I'm saying? Trevor Noah may be acting out. I think the young people say crashing out because his TPS may be expiring March 17, 2020. Can we get a March 17, 2026 in the chat, please? Did y'all see my thumbnail today? The TPS expiring March 17. Maybe Trevor Noah is upset about that. Let's go. Let's listen. Perfect time of podcast.
Song of the year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that
Yeah, Trevor Noah giving us some technical
Song of the year. Congratulations.
African bootleg. There's an African bootleg link that we got here. Trevor Noah song of the year. Let's get it going.
Song of the year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that every artist wants, almost as much as Trump wants Greenland, which makes sense. I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton. So, I told you it's my last year. What are you going to do about it? Song of the year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that every artist wants, almost as much as Trump wants Greenland. Which makes sense. I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton. So, I told you it's my last year. What are you going to do about it? Song of the year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow.
All right, so let's go to Trump's response via Truth Social. The Grammy Awards are the worst. Virtually unwashed CBS is lucky not to have this garbage litter their airways any longer. The host, Trevor Noah, whoever he may be, is almost as bad as Jimmy Kimmel at the low ratings Academy Award. Noah said incorrectly about me that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton spent time on Epstein Island. I can't speak for Bill, but I've never been to Epstein Island. No, nor anywhere close. And until tonight's false and defamatory statement, have never been accused of being there. Not even by fake news media. Noah, a total loser, better get his facts straight and get them straight fast. It looks like I'll be sending my lawyers to sue this poor, pathetic, let me say this right. I'll be sending my lawyers to sue the poor, pathetic, talentless, dope of an MC. And suing him for plenty of money. Ask little George Slopanopoulos. Trump is a fool. That George Slopanopoulos and others, how that worked out. That's a fun. I ain't never had Slopanopoulos. I ain't never heard that one before, man. Hey, have y'all heard Slopanopoulos? That's a new one. That's a new one. Trump is the man. That's a new one. That shit hella funny, man. Slopanopoulos. George Slopanopoulos. Slopanopoulos. George Slopanopoulos. And others. Slopanopoulos. Trump is the man. And others, how that all worked out. Also, at CBS, get ready, Noah. I'm going to have some fun with you, President DJT. Slopanopoulos. The sloppy toppy. Slopanopoulos with the sloppy toppy. Oh, I love it. Do you love it? I love it, man. Slopanopoulos with the sloppy toppy. Oh man, it's too much. That's too much, man. That's too much. Trump, you the best. You are the best. He also has something to say about Nicki Minaj. You know, the Trump accounts. I think we have him. We got him making a joke, teasing Nicki Minaj. You know, Nicki Minaj is a married woman and a mother, and a multi-millionaire business owner and operator. Is it funny how the Dems, this is what we call a MAGA fake outrage. MAGA, we call it fake outrage. When the Dems claim to be upset about something, right? But it's like they not really upset about it. Like they give you these rules about women and feminism, but then it's okay for them. It's okay for them to throw women under the bus. Nicki Minaj is a married woman. I saw another female podcaster calling Nicki Minaj some of the most vile names because of her husband's background. And you guys may know about some of her family members, but because of that, she can't support Trump. I mean, this is a woman attacking another woman purely for her political views, bringing up all of these criminal things. Nicki Minaj is this, her brother is this, her husband is this. I thought we supposed to protect women, mothers, wives. Democrats don't care. They go after Pam Bondi, they go after Tulsi. Anybody that they don't like, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that she's a woman for the Democrats. Now it matters if a Republican says something about a woman, the Democrats will attack you and say you're feminist, you're misogynist, and all this stuff. But the Republicans can make fun of women. Have you guys noticed that? The Democrats can make fun of women. Have you guys know? But this is the party of tolerance, the party of time's up and Me Too. Let's listen to Trevor Noah attack Nicki after those Trump accounts, which is a great idea, by the way. The Trump accounts are a great idea, by the way.
Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here. Oh man, every single person here, John Legend, Billie Eilish, Phineas, Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here. She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nicki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nicki. I know they say it's you, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it. Look at it, baby. Oh, man. Every single person here, John Legend, Billie Eilish, Phineas.
I think I do a better Trump than him anyway. I think I do it better. I don't even think that's funny, but that's the controversy for Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah out here insulting people. Trevor Noah out here insulting Trump. What y'all think about that, man? Double tap, hit the like button. I got more for y'all, man. We got more. Trump said, I'm gonna have to teach this guy a lesson. I love Trump, man. Trump said, what about George Slopinopoulos? You better be careful, homie. Oh man, Trump is a beast, man. Going after him. I got more. I got some more MAGA red meat for you. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. MAGA Monday, man. Just in breaking news, everybody. Breaking news, double tap. Breaking news. Just in. Another Democrat lawmaker just hit with fraud charges. Georgia State Rep Dexter Sharper accused of making false statements to collect unemployment benefits. Can't make this stuff up. Democrats just we got to make America great again, clean up the swamp. Let's go, MAGA.
State Representative Dexter Sharper falsely claimed he was out of work to collect nearly $14,000 in emergency benefits. Investigators say Sharper, a Democrat who represents Valdosta, was earning income as a legislator, running a party rental business, and working as a musician. Following his federal court hearing today, Sharper declined to comment on the case. Now, two other state lawmakers also accused of pandemic unemployment fraud. Democratic Representative Sharon Henderson whose district covers Covington, and former state representative Karen Bennett, who just resigned on the first day of the year. State Representative Dexter Sharper falsely claimed he was out of work to collect nearly $14,000 in emergency benefits. Investigators say Sharper, a Democrat who represents Valdosta, was earning income as a legislator, running a party rental business, and working as a musician. Following his federal court hearing today, Sharper declined to comment on the case. Now, two other state lawmakers also accused of pandemic unemployment fraud. Democratic Representative Sharon Henderson, whose district covers Covington, and former state representative Karen Bennett, who just resigned on the first day of the year. State Representative Dexter Sharper falsely.
How about that? I got so much news, so much news, so much news. That's all I do. Y'all know Snap is coming. The Snap Soda Ban is coming. Soda Ban. What else I got for y'all, man? What else I got for you? Oh, the shutdown. Senate passes spending bill as partial shutdown begins. We talked a little bit about the government shutdown. The Senate approved the H.R. 7148 Consolidated Appropriations Act 2026 by a 71 to 29 vote late Friday, funding agencies like Defense, Labor, Health, and Human Services, and other through fiscal year 2026. Senators Mike Lee and Ryan Paul pushed amendments to cut earmarks for immigrant legal aid, gender-affirming care, EV chargers, and refugee assistance. But those efforts failed as most Republicans joined Democrats to table them and pass the bill. Only 5 GOP senators, Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Lee Paul, and Rick Scott, opposed final passage, highlighting party divides over spending amid $38 trillion in national debt. The House reconvenes Monday and is expected to act quickly to end the limited shutdown affecting non-essential operations. The Senate is about to throw $7 billion of your money at earmarks for aid to illegals, puberty blockers for kids, and charging stations for electric vehicles, among other things. Remember when every Republican bragged about supporting Doge? Shutdown 2026. Shutdown 2026. Double tap hit the like button. Shutdown 2026.
This amendment would strike the earmarks from this bill. In this bill package, there are about $7 billion in earmark spending. Now, a lot of people like to say, I don't like those other earmarks, but I like my own, so I'm going to vote for all of it so they can all stay in there. Remember, the Republican conference back in 2010 adopted an earmark moratorium. It was converted into a permanent earmark ban in 2019. That's still in effect. We shouldn't be ignoring it. What do these $7 billion do? Well, among other things, they do a lot, including a whole lot of them in spending on woke, wasteful, and unjustified spending. To recipients to fund housing and legal aid for illegal aliens, puberty blockers for kids, building EV charging stations, part of the Green New scam, subsidize California disaster rail system, fund infrastructure and renovation projects at wealthy Met Museum and the Michigan AFL-CIO, a dance festival in Massachusetts, DEI initiatives. Look, we don't need this. We don't want this. This is what's driving the train toward the $38.5 trillion debt that we're adding to at a rate of $2 trillion a year. It's unacceptable. It must end.
Senator's time has expired.
What y'all think, man? What y'all think, man? This is like the stuff when they were sending money overseas to do LGBTQ stuff in a whole nother country. You know what I'm saying? And they still, this is the government. We don't have a budget, and this is what the fight is over. These type of expenditures, huh? We still don't have a budget, and this is what the fight is over. These type of expenditures. Let's look at that one more time, man. This is a great video.
This amendment would strike the earmarks from this bill. In this bill package, there are about $7 billion in earmark spending. Now, a lot of people like to say, I don't like those other earmarks, but I like my own, so I'm going to vote for all of it so they can all stay in there. Remember, the Republican conference back in 2010 adopted an earmark moratorium. It was converted into a permanent earmark ban in 2019. That's still in effect. We shouldn't be ignoring it. What do these $7 billion do? Well, among other things, they do a lot, including a whole lot of them in spending on woke, wasteful, and unjustified spending. To recipients to fund housing and legal aid for illegal aliens, puberty blockers for kids, building EV charging stations, part of the Green New scam, subsidize California disaster rail system, fund infrastructure and renovation projects at wealthy Met Museum.
Come on now, California Rail, over 100 billion, no speed train. We got the highest gas, the most gas tax. Come on, man. This is all these boondoggles, man.
And the Michigan AFL-CIO, a dance festival in Massachusetts, DEI initiatives. Look, we don't need this. We don't want this. This is what's driving the train toward the $38.5 trillion debt that we're.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't even think these are like big asks. This is not like cutting this is not like cutting school lunches, right? This ain't cutting like children's books. You know what I'm saying? These are not huge asks. This is like, no, we're not going to fund the frivolous stuff. It's not that you can't have that LGBTQ dance. It's just that the government is not going to fund it. You guys get it? It's not that you can't have that LGBTQ dance. It's just that the government is not going to fund it. It's not that you can't have that surgery. It's just that the government is not going to fund it. How many people agree with that? These are not huge asks. They don't want to take away books. They don't want to take away your children's education, right? No party, no dance. On the government dime. I got to put that out. On the government dime. It's not that you can't have a party and dance and have the surgery. You just can't have it on the government's dime. Because that's driving our debt. We can't afford it. You got to pay your own way. You got to come here the right way. Huh? We not saying that. We saying you got to pay your own way. You got to come here the right way. Right? That's what we saying. That's what we saying. You got to come here the right way. You got to do things the right way. You got to come here the right way. You got to do things the right way. Right. You got to come here the right way. You got to do things the right way. You know? You got to follow the rules. You know? Don't get in trouble. Keep your nose down. You know? What's that old saying? You know? Keep your head down. Follow the rules. Don't get mixed up with the wrong crowd. You know, it could come back to bite you, hanging around the wrong people, getting mixed up with the wrong crowd. You know what I'm saying? It could come back to haunt you. Right? It could come back to haunt you. The wrong friends, the wrong plane, the wrong island. I don't know. Hey, what's that on the screen? I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to put that on. What's that on? I'm sorry, you guys. What's that on? I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to put that on the screen. Yeah, I didn't mean to put that on the screen. I'm sorry about that. You know, I was going to go put up something for you. I don't know how that got up there. I do not know how that got up there. Please, yeah. What was that? You know, but I have something else I want to share with you. Did y'all see my wife come home and make me lunch? My wife came home and made me lunch. Let me tee up this video. Remember, we started off today asking you, were these protests or were they rallies? And I got a little animated about Friday's ICE protests because they included children. You know, some people might say, oh, you doing hyperbolic. No. They included children. Friday, they had elementary students, middle school students, and high school students who were supposed to be in class. Your tax dollars paid for them to be in class. That's the whole thing is about fraud. But somehow, I don't know how, I don't know what legality allowed this to happen and what version of the multiverse do children who are supposed to legally be in school, you know, you got truancy. You know, if my son is late, they got an automatic email, phone, like 3 different things. It pisses me off because he's late because the bus is late. If my son is late, right, he's on a school bus. But it don't matter. I get 3 notifications if he's late. And these kids were allowed to leave school. These kids were allowed to leave school. And y'all wonder why we got the fraud problem in Minnesota. I played a video earlier of children protesting, cursing, using school property, vandalizing school property, using school taxpayer dollars to create poster boards to oppose the federal agent. This is the video I mentioned earlier of students in my chat. My chat said, you know, children have this group think. And they said it's dangerous when children get the ideology that Democrat is cool and Republican is bad. When they associate racist with Republican, they associate white with Republican. All of these things are detrimental to their political growth. And I think is the purpose and behind these protests or rallies to create an ignorant electorate. And if they think Democrat cool, Republican is evil, authoritarian, white, racist, and they equate that because they've been taught by Marxists, if they equate that violence is appropriate and appropriate means to deal with Republicans, we are in trouble of what we are creating in these children, because this is what leads to a monarchy. This is what leads to a theocracy. And next thing you know, it's no longer a 2-party system of Democrats and Republicans. There's only Democrats, and we have to worship at the pulpit of the Democrats because young people believed that all Republicans bad, and they violently got rid of all Republicans, and now there's only one party. And no one told them that as they got rid of the other parties, that you would only be left with the Democratic Party. And when you do that, you're no longer a democracy. You're now a monarchy, and I would argue a theocracy. These are children after school who see another kid who got a MAGA hat on, and this is their reaction. You remember the bomb? Remember what we said earlier about how dangerous this was? Now, they let the kids out of school to protest, but in every video I showed you, there are no adults monitoring these children who typically would not be on the streets at this time of day. The American system, the way we do things is 8 to 5 right there in school. So that's why you saw that truck, because delivery trucks typically are out doing their jobs. Children are supposed to be in school. Now they're walking in the middle of the street. They almost got hurt and they're blocking traffic. They think this is viable. This is not a legal protest. They should have been learning how to do a legal protest in school, but instead they're not in school. Instead, they're in the middle of the street and almost got injured, and they're attacking a fellow student simply because they have a difference in political views. And no teacher, no principal, no adult told them that it's okay to have a difference of opinion and difference of political views. It's called being tolerant. That's what Democrats are supposed to be about. Look at this again. Look at in the middle of the street. They took the hat off. They threw the hat. They're attacking the guy. They're in the street. They kicked the red hat into the street. Some other kids are about to run and get the hat. But if you see, there's oncoming traffic. This student is in the street. There's a big rig coming. She could be hit. This is a child. Again, no adult supervision. This is the result of Democratic policies, Democratic ICE out protests. Someone said it would be genius to include children. Someone thought it would be genius to include children. This is the result. Do you see kids almost get ran over? The kid almost got ran over to get his hat out the street. They're running in the street against traffic. This is kids getting out of school, no adults, no supervision. Is this a protest, you guys? So there's an adult right here videotaping like a journalist, but he's not interacting, stopping the children, telling the children not to do it. The children are chasing down someone with the red MAGA hat on, trying to attack him violently. This is your king. This was your ICE out protest. How many people knew this? This was your ICE out protest. How many people knew that this is what these kids was doing on Friday? Let's watch again. ICE out protest Friday. High schoolers out of class because Democrat liberals will let them out of class. This is what they did with the time. Doesn't it seem like in every video I showed you that it's almost like the teachers got the kids riled up, allowed them to create posters, and then held them at the door, got them ginned up, and then opened the door, and then the kids seem to run out with the posters as they chant. It almost seems like it's coordinated. It's being videotaped. They're exiting the school building. They have their posters that they created in school, and the teachers are condoning this and have allowed them to leave school. It's almost orchestrated. It's almost orchestrated. Hey, kids, we're doing a protest on Friday. Come in early in the morning, wear your protest clothes and your best protest gear. We're going to make posters, and then we're going to let you leave at 11 a.m. Everybody line up in line at 11 a.m. Got your posters? Yes, Miss Johnson. Okay, open the door. Everybody runs out with their posters, yelling and screaming. Orchestrated by design. Almost got injured. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Absolutely disgusted. What a great show today, you guys. Great show today. Thank you, everybody, man. I got a bunch of people highlighted. We got some super chats. I just want to watch stuff. Mom Handle, Amp Tunes, Anthony, Turdover, Ripsy Muscle, Dollars and Cents, Greg. Greg said that's not Minnesota. He's from Minnesota. Greg said that's not Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota. Ripsy Muscle said only losers protest. Dollars and Cents, they got an American flag, but doing everything that goes against America. Just a few years ago, they didn't even want us flying American flags. SMH, I hate the Democrats and paid rioters. Great comment. That's why I highlighted that comment from Dollars and Cents. Thank you for joining the podcast. Gold P said, please be mindful of your language. Thank you, Gold P, for that wrench and moderation. Y'all subscribe to Gold P. Gold P is vegan. He's live every day, every morning. If you get up early in the morning, subscribe to Gold P. Watch his channel, support the channel. That's my brother. Let me highlight that right now. Subscribe to the Gold Professor. Gold P is vegan. Great YouTuber, great content creator, and my brother and supporter of the channel. Who else said a great comment here? Let me read some other comments. Anthony said, God bless ICE. Amptoon said, free Minnesota from Somalia. Mom Handle said, ignorance of the law is not in defense, in reference to Don Lemon. So we had a great podcast today. A lot of people. We got some super chats. Thank you for the super chats. You know, thank you for the subscribers. Thank you for the thumbs up. I will see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel, Monday through Friday. Top of the mid-morning podcast, anywhere between 12 and 1. I'm doing my best to go live at noon. My analytics, I know my audience wants me to go live at noon. So I'm doing my best to go live at noon. See you tomorrow, live at noon. Thank you, Charles. Charles just said, thank you, Charles. Shout out to you. Let me highlight that comment. Thank you for that. I love you, Perfect. That's Linda Mays. I love you too. All of you are my friends. I love you guys so much for your support. Junk said, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Charles sent the wave. Yeah, you guys mean everything to me. I don't know if you know that. But we're building a community at the Perfect Timing Podcast Networks. We're building a community. I invite you guys to join the channel, subscribe, like, share. And I want to say thank you to everyone who has joined the channel, became a member. I have a special going right now. We got memberships for $5 a month. So that's like 25 cents a day. You could feed a starving Somalian, or you could join the Perfect Timing Podcast. I said you could feed a starving Somalian, or you could join the Perfect Timing Podcast. Remember that when we were kids, for only 10 cents a day, you could feed a starving African. Good job, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There are no starving Somalians in America. W chat! W chat! There are no starving Somalians in America. Did you subscribe? Thank you for subscribing. I can't say your name. Is it Tanjo? But thank you for subscribing, man. Ain't no starving Somalians in America. I said that. You said that right. That was Keith. Shout out to Keith. Oh, that's hilarious on the way out. That's hilarious. Ain't no starving Somalians in America. Oh, man. Oh, man. Thank you so much, everybody, man. Thank you so much. Great show today. Ain't no starving Somalians in America. That was so good. That was, everybody should subscribe. Everybody should subscribe. Hit the like button. Austin, Texas. Keith is coming in from Austin, Texas with that great comment. A lot of comedians out there. Austin, Texas. Salute. You don't mess with Texas. Buffalo, Memphis, or Kansas. Boyens can be found in Alabama. New Orleans, Louisiana. I just got a page from the click. Dank time. I gotta get. Yeah, I'm just a hustler on the go. Out here getting my propers, don't you know? I'm living kind of comfortable, large mail and all. And a jealous motherfucker will love to see me fall. Like that?